white people be like.
E freaking gallop.
Ay, lala.
Hello, chatters. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the live stream. It is a new week. It is a new week. Coachella, as we perceive it, is over. Weekend 2 is not going to be streamed. We don't have to talk about Coachella anymore. Told my coworker about horse girl. We're spreading the gospel. Yeah, man, it's fucking. It's horse girl summer, bro. None of that brat summer 2, bro. You could have been with me at Coachella. It's just that if I went to Coachella with you, JHB, I would have been paying thousands of dollars. And you know how much I love spending time with you, but I don't know if I want to be spending thousands of dollars to go to Coachella. Only thousands, that's life for you? Oh, stop it, you. Yeah, I'm kind of hooked on, dude, Prezzo. I don't know how this keeps happening. Every time I was eating and I was watching your stream, and then I was like, okay, my food's finished. I'm going to go live now. And then as soon as I did that, you closed Peggle, and I was like, oh my God, everyone's going to fucking say that I was waiting for you to end again. Like, I was going to go live like 30 minutes ago, but I got hungry, so I ate. He hates Prezzo. Well, if I hated Prezzo, I don't know how to make this equation work in my head right now. It's our natural stream schedules? No, it is, dude. It's all working so perfectly. It's all working so fucking beautifully. The Coachella streams were fun, but I'm excited that it's over now. You know I fuck with y'all, but if I had to spend one more day on stream doing music discourse with y'all, I think I would. I think my eyes would fall out of my head. I think day 3 I was fighting for my life, bro. Day 3 of talking music with the chat, you end up fighting with your life, bro. I didn't even know what happened, man. Like by the Post Malone set, I was just struck by like a mild depression. I was like so tired. I was so, I don't know, man. I was just so over it. It's because they had you switching between 4 sets for an hour. Okay, that was fucked up. That was actually fucked up. The funniest part was every time I would click off the Megan stream, my viewer count would go down. Girl, that was your idea. Yeah, but like, it wasn't my idea to schedule them at the same time. Like, I'm sorry, y'all, but like, to be honest with you, I love Megan Thee Stallion, I do. But like, Arca changed fucking music. Like, there's no way I'm not watching the Arca set.
White people be like,
Hi.
Like, I gotta see what Arca's doing. And then it's like, you know, then it was like, Basement Jacks, where's your head at? And I was like, holy fucking shit. You didn't miss Victoria Monet for Addison Rae. I think that's fine. I like no offense. No offense to Victoria. But that's what called for me at that moment. Like there was no winning in that scenario, really. You miss them being gay. Look, I'll miss anything for an Arca set, really. The sacrifice was necessary. And then the Snow Stripper set too, that was like really good. That was like cinema, bro. That was the most cinematic set that we saw all weekend, bro. They were cooking with that, man. They were cooking with that major style. Bro, I'm like, my current phase is reading YouTube chats because yesterday I watched a real time, because the Titanic, it sank like 113 years ago or something. Like last night. It's been 113 years. So I was watching this live real-time syncing of the Titanic on YouTube where they were like talking over and giving some like trivia and stuff. And I was and the whole time I was also reading the YouTube chat. Last night was 12 hours ago, not 113 years. What the fuck is wrong with them? You get rowdy on your days off, Chiblee. But it was, yeah, no, I was reading that YouTube chat and it was really fucking funny. Felt like some people were trying to backseat the Titanic sinking. They were like, why didn't they do this? And it's like, well, I'm sorry, you're about like 113 years too late. Like, I don't know what happens when someone opens a Twitch chat, but like the urge to backseat is just, it's unavoidable. They can't do anything about it. Wait, actually, let me also play this one track that Horse Girl played during her set that I love, that I forgot about. I had a little phase listening to this last year, and it's so good. Let me add this to the queue. I would have passed the iceberg. Bro, me and Chiblee, we were going back and forth talking Titanic trivia. He sent me a wiki article to this guy that I love this guy, bro. Wasn't one of the issues that they did try to avoid the iceberg? If they just hit it head on, it would have been fine. Honestly, yeah, they would have gone through it, bro. I've also been looking at pictures of that iceberg all day. You know, 2 days before the Titanic hit that iceberg, someone took a picture of it and they were like, oh, that's a fucking crazy looking iceberg. They took a picture of it and they were like, wow, man, that looks like a crazy, crazy piece of ice. Okay, hold on. Let me find this guy. So there was this like chef on the board of the Titanic. Hold on. So his name is Charles. I don't know. I'm trying to jock in. There's a pronunciation on the Wikipedia, of course. He was a chef on board the Titanic, and he's a guy where, as the Titanic went down, he just got shit-faced drunk Because he was like, fuck it, dude. He was like, whatever, man. And because he got really drunk, he ended up in the ice cold water. He was actually the last person off the Titanic that survived. And the reason for that is he was too drunk to freeze in the water. He was swimming around in the water for hours while everybody around him was freezing to death, but he was too drunk to feel it. So he just survived. He just fucking tanked that shit. And he was apparently, a few days after the disaster, he was back at work. As soon as he got back on the land, he was like, I'm going back to work. I don't give a shit. Boss wouldn't even give him a week off. I don't think he wanted it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, you know, sometimes the old motherfuckers are really annoying when they're like, oh man, back in my day, we didn't give a shit about anything. I mean, like, this guy kind of is evidence of that. Like, I read this guy's story and I'm like, man, low key, maybe I am like a Gen Z pussy. Like, I don't know if I would have the fucking balls, man. Have you seen the theory they sank the Titanic on purpose? You know, I'm sure that there is a theory like that. It's just that there's a theory like that for everything, really. Really, what's hilarious? Well, it's not really hilarious. It's actually a horrible tragedy. But like, it is a real sign of the times because they were, you know, the whole old classic lifeboat situation where like there literally just wasn't enough space on the lifeboats because they were so confident in the fact that the boat just wouldn't sink. They were so into that idea. They could have fit so many more lifeboats onto the Titanic, but they fit, like, I think the total capacity of the lifeboats was like a little over 1,000, and there were over 2,000 people on board. But really the lifeboat capacity is like a little bit lower, I read, because the capacity of like a single boat was like 60, but like realistically you couldn't really fit 60 people on there. Like, some people would have been standing, and like with the ocean and stuff, it would have been like a little bit risky to like actually fill up the boat. So, you know, it's I don't know, it's kind of it's just like a very fascinating story. And then I was looking at like the Mayday signals, and like, you know, the Titanic was like sending out signals being like, please somebody come help me. And there's this one boat that was in the whole transcript the whole time being like, what's going on? What's happening? Everybody else was like on the way. It'd been like a fucking, the fucking guy in the Titanic was spending his last hour alive just like sending out Morse code being like, please help, please help, please help. And this one boat, like, I think it was called like Frankfurt or some shit, they were like, what is happening? Meanwhile, every other boat was already like on the fucking way. They were like, I understand, this is a terrible situation, we got to get over there. And that boat just kept going like, what is going on? What's happening? Should I come over? Like, dude, I would get so fucking pissed off if I was the Titanic Morse code guy, bro, because that guy just had to constantly keep explaining what happened as the fucking boat is like tipping, going up, fucking tipping, about to break in half. He has to keep going, yeah, we hit an iceberg, we hit an iceberg. It's so fucking embarrassing. Can you just please come over? Fascinating fucking story. I gotta rewatch Titanic at some point. But it is like a 3-hour film, bro. It's a commitment. It's a bit of a commitment. No doubt about that. It's definitely, out of all the 3-hour movies in the world, I think that's the one that I've seen the most. I think I've seen it like 4 or 5 times in my life. Because it was just on all the time when I was a kid. I've never watched it. Dude, Prezzo. You, me, Hunter, whoever else out of the people we know wants to get on it. We do a Titanic movie night, bro. We've been cooking on this idea for years. Years, man. It's been fucking... We need to do it, bro. I think we're gonna Crazy Titanic. Yeah, that was the channel that I watched it on. They did a thing where they were on... I think I just got removed from my own movie night. Did I not say your name? I'm so sorry. You are so part of it that it goes without saying, man. Oh, this is the same song that played earlier, but it's an edit, bro. Hold on, let's get a different one going. And also I was looking at paintings of like or like newspaper drawings of the Titanic that were released like a month after it came out because they had no idea what the fuck happened. And they were so like the drawings are crazy, man. There's one where it's like taking the iceberg on head on. Which as Chiblee said would have been a better scenario, but like when I saw the painting it just made me laugh because like whoever fucking drew that shit was they were letting their creativity flow. Hi Nick. Jockin received monthly wages of £12, which is equivalent to $1,800 today, adjusted for inflation. Damn, bro, he was kind of balling, bro. For those times, man, he was fucking balling. I do want that Titanic game to come out because I watched a video of it yesterday and it looks fucking crazy detailed. Insanely detailed. Titanic game. Yeah, it's like a simulation. They've been working on it for years, like recreating every inch of the boat. Roblox already has that. Dude, the Roblox one is fucking shit out of an ass. Do you think they'll ever make a 9/11 game? There is one that I saw when I was like 15. And it looked horrible. It looked terrible. It kind of did look like a Roblox game. Everybody else go through a Titanic obsession phase. I feel like everybody has at least went through a phase where like you were Googling the Titanic for a day. Where you were looking into it. Because it is... I mean, really, like, I don't even know why you would make a claim that your boat is unsinkable. I don't know. I don't know, like, what's got to be wrong with you to even say that. That's just tempting
Aksel,
fate, bro. Increasing llama, thank you. Oh, yeah, another news, guys. Wait, this is why people think Head On would have been better. Oh, that's kind of, yeah, I mean, that's true, bro. I as someone that knows nothing about boats and stuff, I would agree with this, I think. Couldn't be that bad. It couldn't be worse than what happened. I think that much is certain that, like, it really couldn't have, there's only, like, a few ways in which it could have gone worse. I also love watching the videos about like what they ate on board the Titanic. You know, maybe we'll watch one of those today. Maybe we'll look at like what the fuck they were, what kind of grub they were fucking eating, bro. What if aliens abducted all of them and the Earth blew up in a big ball of fire? That would have been worse. I mean, you could make arguments that it like wouldn't have been worse considering all that's happened on Earth since the Titanic sank. You know what I mean? Maybe it would have just saved us a whole lot of trouble. Whoa, doggy. Thanks for the sub. Guys, I pre-ordered my Switch today. I pre-ordered my Switch today. I did it. In US dollars, I paid $650 for the Switch. But the good news is that now that it's bought, I can forget about it. I can just move on. Just for a system. No, it was the combo. So I did, you know what? I saved like $40. I saved like $40 off the Mario Kart, man. But yeah, no, that money is gone now, so I don't have to think about it anymore. And the good news is I think I'm gonna get it the day after release. All the other places, like I could have gotten a little bit cheaper off of Amazon, but that would have been like a week after release. I would have received it. And I was like, oh, but then I can't be the cool streamer that goes live pretty soon after it comes out. So it's done. It's done. I'm going to be getting a Switch too. Mario Kart World is freaking included. And I'm excited. A little bit. Can you buy me one? I hope to not buy anything from Nintendo again for another 10 years. No, I didn't get the camera or the mic. I would rather die. But yeah, it was I don't know, man. I'm honestly kind of relieved because the cheapest version was on Amazon, but it would have taken so long to arrive. And then all the other Estonian pre-orders started showing up, and it was like, oh, bro, on one of them it was like 630 euros, which I think is like $700. Wait, let me see. Yeah, $713, and I was like, fuck that shit. But then this one popped up, and it was like a little bit cheaper, and it said June 6th. June 6th it said, so I was like, all right. Let me hop on that. Nintendo just big and greedy. Dude, my favorite part is amidst the tariffs, Sony was like, we're increasing the price of the PlayStation in Europe. Like, what? The fuck did we do, bro? You fucking assholes. What the fuck, man? Because I want to get a PS5 later this year when GTA 6 comes out, man. And now I got to pay more. Like, whatever, bro. Whatever. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. As soon as the game goes on, I'll forget about it. As soon as I'm doing like a late night depressive drive in the Mario Kart open world, you know, I get a used PS5 and Sony. Yeah, that I might look into that. Did you know how embarrassing it is? I was talking to Chiblee how about I want to get a new wheel for like truck simulator streams and stuff, and also like I want to do like some kind of bus game on stream. And Ghibli was like, oh, if you hit up Logitech, they'll just send you one for free. Like, they do that. So I hit up Logitech. I filled out like a form. I DM'd them on Instagram. I got ghosted, bro. Do you know how fucking embarrassing that is? I wish he wouldn't have told me, man, because now it's just really embarrassing for me. I was like, dude, I was like glazing them too, man. On the forum, it was like, what do you like about Logitech products? I was like, I love the Logitech G5.
And they said gay women from Pennsylvania couldn't subscribe to Aksually for 41 months. #lit #awesome.
I have seen people saying that. Real choice, Sub, and thank you for proving them wrong. Bro, I was on the forum. I was like, the Logitech G502 is my favorite mouse. I've owned two because the first one broke. And they didn't give a fuck, bro. They didn't give a shit. This is like the only mouse that I don't hate holding. I hate a lot of mice. A lot of them feel very weird in my hand. You glaze too hard, they got weirded out. Well, like, I wish I knew the right amount to glaze so I could fucking get a free wheel out of it, bro. Whatever, I'll just buy it. I'll buy it and we'll do like a week of fucking driving streams so that I can farm it back, bro. Also, you know what I did? Last week I rewatched the pilot of Breaking Bad. It is insane how much happens in the first pilot. Every time I think back at the show, everything that happens in the pilot, in my head, I'm like, oh, that's just all like season 1. Like, that's like episode 1 to like somewhere in the midpoint of season 1. But like, no, dude, he does everything in episode 1. And I feel like episode 1 is like probably the only point where Walt uses his new like evil power for like some pretty awesome shit. Like he beats up his son's bullies, which is such a funny scene, by the way. The fact that he goes out the back of the the store and then comes in through the front. Like, that was like a crazy play by him, man. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, he was fucking clever for that. Forgot about that. No, literally, in the first episode, he does everything, bro. He even says the "fuck your eyebrows" line in the first episode. I thought that was like fucking midway season 1. No, bro, he goes into it immediately. Doesn't even miss a beat, bro. It's like 20 minutes into the episode. He says, "Fuck you and your eyebrows." But it's such a good show. And then I saw someone talking about how, like, I don't know, someone said Breaking Bad isn't that good, and then someone quote retweeted and said, I think you guys can't handle slower paced media because you have brain rot from TikTok. And I was like, bro, if Breaking Bad is slower paced, that's crazy. Breaking Bad feels like it moves so fucking fast. Like, there's always something going on. There's only like one episode that everybody can rag on and is like, oh, this is slow. Which, like, I don't know, man. I like the Fly episode. I think the Fly episode is good. I don't think it's filler. I don't think it's too long. I don't think it's boring. I think it's perfect. I love it. Wasn't there a whole resurgence of Breaking Bad because of TikTok? Yeah, dude. Kid
Hey.
named Finger. Clemism, thank you. So now I'm like flirting with the idea of like, do I go back in for another rewatch? Like, do I do it? Do I do it? Maybe I do it, bro. Maybe I go back in. I mean, it's technically supposed to be filler, but it's a great episode. See, this is what I don't like. The word filler implies, even if you can come here and argue with me and be like, well, that's not literally what it means. But the word filler comes with baggage, okay? The word filler comes with baggage, which is why in my household, we do not call the Fly episode filler. It comes with baggage. It comes with a negative connotation. But you call Bear Season 3 filler? Yeah, I do, because it was literally supposed to end that season and they dragged it out for another season. What do you call that? Did you watch the pit finale? I did watch the pit finale. TV is so back. Because January, it's coming back, dude. It's coming back in January, man. The pit season 2, January. We don't even have to wait. We don't even have to wait. The pit fans, we fucking stay winning, dude. I thought July, that would be crazy. That would be fucking insane, bro. But no, that wouldn't be. I think that would be like too fucking insane. The turnaround on that, I'd get worried, bro. I do want to rewatch the pit and do it all in one sitting. I want to do it all in one sitting. Sit down for a whole day and just like watch it and see
Like
how it all
like-
unfolds.
Aga.
Girl, you crazy? I'm just a fucking loser, bro. I'm kind of loser coded. Anybody else? Filler comes from those 1K episode animes that made nothing burger. Burger? Did somebody say burger? Episodes to inflate the episode amount. Yeah, see, I don't want to sit through all that. I'll never watch One Piece in my fucking life. And don't send me that fucking Google Doc where it says this is the optimal way to watch One Piece. You can skip all these episodes. I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I can't do it, man. I can't. Read the manga? Fuck that. I can't. I can't. Okay? I just can't. I can't do it. I gotta get into like if I'm, you know what, the next anime I watch has gotta be like, I gotta be quirky with it, man. It's gotta be like some real niche shit that no one's heard of, that I'll have nobody to talk to about. Mob Psycho, that's not niche. I've seen Mob Psycho. Watch FLCL. $2,000. Picked up Berserk. It's pretty goated. I was reading Berserk at one point, and I don't remember what happened. I got distracted. I got a little bit distracted. But it was pretty fucking peak from what I read. Honestly, the only reason I started reading it was because I like the Guts theme. Oh. And then I was like, okay, this shit is actually peak. You could fuck with Dungeon Meshi. It's about cooking and autism, low-key. Okay, clocked. Delicious and Dungeon isn't so niche, but it's awesome. Tried being an anime fan for years, but I think I just have a hard time getting obsessed with anime compared to IRL shows. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't watched a single anime that I haven't thought. They were all peak, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't know how to fucking navigate that sentence. I really set myself up in a pickle. I haven't watched it a lot. I guess the only one I had like a little bit of trouble getting into is fuck, what was it called, bro? Fucking can't remember what it's called at all. It's like totally evaporated from my brain. It was like Hunter Slayer, not Hunter x Hunter, whatever the fuck that one, but like it's like a Slayer or like a hunter of some kind. Like maybe the word vampire was involved. I don't know. Demon Slayer. I think it was Demon Slayer because I had a friend that was really into it and he was like, you need to watch this. And I just like, I don't know. I watched quite a bit of it with him and I was like, I don't really give a shit. And I'm sorry that I don't. I don't know why this has happened. I did want to watch One Punch Man at one point, but everybody kept telling me, don't watch it. It's fucking dog shit. Because I was like, dude, that concept is crazy, man. That concept is awesome. He fucking... But then everybody says it gets bad. Or something. I need to watch Vinland Saga. Oh, that is true. You've mentioned that to me before. No, I never watched Chainsaw Man. Odd Taxi's awesome. It's about a walrus taxi driver. There's been like a couple of animes that I've seen that sound pretty interesting just off the concept. Like there was like a football anime that I saw a while ago and I was like, I could watch this. I love this sport. Dude, what sucks about Horse Girl is that she has about 12 tracks. So now we're just listening to the same tracks over and over again, and they're amazing. But oh god, do I wish there was a couple more in here, you know what I mean? Guys, if I like Horse Girl, who should I listen to? I don't understand this Horse Girl thing. You're just mad because we didn't fuck with Two Hollis. I'm sorry that we didn't. I'm mad because nobody gave him a chance. Look, I'm sorry that nobody gave him a chance. I've listened to Jane Remover, yo. Eats, sleep, slay, repeat. What are we, 14? Okay. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone. The Two Hollis listeners not calling me 14 years old right now, okay? You know what? We can have our disagreements. That's what I'm saying. It's the same shit. It's not, though, because, like, I don't know. I listened to a bit of Two Hollis and I was like, I don't really care for this. You know what I think it is? I think the fact that Two Hollis is from, like, North Carolina or some shit just creates a barrier for me. It creates a barrier for me. I'm sorry. Okay? He is. I don't know where he's from, but it's giving North Carolina. Let's see. Two Hollis, state of origin. I've never written it like that in my life. Illinois. Okay, that's like better. But I think, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's, my brain was like, okay, this is like Blady's baby. And he's American. It's just like, I don't know. It doesn't hit the same. You have to like live in fucking, you have to live in this fucking shithole. You have to live in this shithole to make this fucking kind of cookery, bro. You gotta have free healthcare to make this music. Best techno's European. Wait, this is kind of a fucking... His mom managed Skrillex. Yeah, I remember that. I'm not a hater of Two Hollis. I'm really not. I just don't care. To be honest. Like, it's nothing. There's no hatred in my heart. There really isn't. This chat was too hateful. Look, the chat gets carried away. Sometimes I get scared hating on stream because I'll call something mid and then I look over the chat and then someone's like, we should fucking set this person on fire and let him burn. And I'm like, I'm like, I don't know, man. I wanted to throw some mid allegations out there, man. I didn't want to do all that. I listen to a bit of K Tronado. Let me put on some fucking Daft Punk, man. JHB was talking about Daft Punk all day today. He put that in my body, in my system. You know what? I got to put out a Daft Punk opinion into the world. I think Around the World by Daft Punk, every time it comes on now, I'm kind of like, ugh, it just doesn't end, man. It's like not a bad song. It's just that it doesn't really do much. You know what I mean? Like, I wish it did more. I think that's just it's not even because it's a bad song, though. I think it's just like I've heard it a little bit too much. That's the point. See, that argument never really, like, that's never really going to win anyone over. Like, I get making it. I've made that argument myself. But, like, you know, if the point worked, then, like, I wouldn't be complaining right now. I wouldn't be complaining about the fact that, like, I get a little bit tired of it, like, 3 minutes in. Like, I think it's, like, I don't know. I don't think it's a bad track, though. There's just better Daft Punk songs to listen to. Absolutely. There's millions, dude. And they're all on Discovery. They're all on Discovery. This album is perfect. I'm not saying it worked, just that it accomplished what it meant to. I mean, yeah, I kind of got the fact that it was the point because, you know, Around the World, over and over again, around. Yeah, you know, it's like, yeah. Such is the case. Such is the life. I've seen clips. I've seen clips of it on YouTube when I used to look up their music. But yeah, Discovery's a fucking packed album, bro. They fucking cooked with this. I don't know how I feel about Random Access Memories, though. I don't know. There's some songs on it that are like good, and then there's some that I don't really. I don't know if I really care to listen to. It's like fine. Really, I think that's what it is. I think it's fine. I think it's okay. I never want to hear Get Lucky again. Yeah. And I don't like the Julian Casablancas song that much either. Get Lucky is peak. I think it's fantastic. I just, you know, it had its time. Look, I understand that if you share Daft Punk opinions, it's not always going to go over well. I like the Pentatonics version of Get Lucky. See, there's someone you guys can target now instead. I don't play about Julian. Yeah, there's like 4 chatters in here that get really mad every time I make fun of the fact that Julian Casablancas now is, like, what is he, like pushing 50 now? Is he already 50? How old is he? $46. That's just mean. I don't think it's mean. I think it's like, I think he needs this. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Every time I see a picture of him, I feel like he needs someone to like grab him by the ears and say like, bro, you're 46 and that's okay. Okay, you're allowed to be 46. It's no problem. It's nothing to be scared of. You can be 46. I feel like he's 50 dating a 19-year-old just based on vibes. I do think there is I do think that is true. I remember reading about that. I think that's true. And I think that plays into my argument of like I think someone needs to tell him like, bro, it's okay to be 46. It's okay to be 46. You can still play your fucking music. Just like, you know, kind of like let that message reach home for a second. See, that's what's good about me is I've felt like I'm 40 since I was like 23, man. I think I'll probably have my midlife crisis in like a year, and then you know it's like over and done with. And then by the time I'm like 46, I'll be like really chill and normal. I'll have made peace with whatever's happening. What are your opinions on a song with the Lonely Island? What is it called? The Lonely Island. I've definitely heard this before. It's just that when I heard it in like 2012, I didn't know who he was, so I can't remember it. Hold on, let me get a snippet of it. But that means I'm going to have to skip this peak real quick. I'm sorry. Oh, I remember this track, dude. I remember this song. I liked this song back in the day. When I was a young Lonely Island listener, I liked this song. So I'm not even going to hate here. What in the 2011? I really honestly will not tolerate the Lonely Island hate. They got fucking heat, bro. To be honest with you. They got crazy heat. They made, in my opinion, a top 3 Adam Levine song. Like YOLO is so good, bro. YOLO is so good. And their songs, you know, sometimes like I'll listen to some of these like comedian musicians and I'm like, I see that it's trying to be funny, but with them, they have lyrics that just do make me laugh out loud. They're good with it, bro. They are so good with it. And they have songs with like, they got crazy lineups, bro. They have a song with Solange. They're legendary for that, low key. I'm repping today. I'm repping. Yeah, there's the Rihanna tracks. Yeah, this track's not bad. Oh, but now the real peak is on, dude. This is good, bro. This is fucking history. Oh my god, should we watch this? I think I watched this like years ago by myself, but there's this video called First Class Breakfast on the RMS Titanic. Let's watch this and like fucking review it, dude. Let's see what the fuck they were eating. Just saw someone asking for people to join a Ponytown breeding server. That's awesome. My orange 15-year-old cat ate a whole stick of butter last week. That's crazy. My orange cat regularly breaks my things, but he's still chill. Well, now I kind of want to do, I want to do, my orange cat jumps on my shoulder like a parrot. Oh, that's amazing. I love when cats do that. Kind of want to play the Roblox Titanic. I don't know. I'm in a Titanic mood, even though like that's not really the best representation of the Titanic, but like we could, we could experience it, man. It's the Titanic. I don't even know if I'm logged into Roblox from this computer. Oh, I am. Oh, fuck. I haven't canceled my Builders Club. Oh, my God. I have so many Robux. Oh, my fucking God. Whatever. Whatever. Can you share some? No. No, I cannot. Have you heard about the Titanic musical about Celine Dion called Titanic? No. But I did see that Idina Menzel musical where she was bouncing off a tree and then the tree starts singing at her. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Adele Dazeem. Ah, wickedly talented Adele Dazeem. Wickedly talented. Okay, how do I... Oh, generate. Is this the musical you're talking about? Okay. Holy shit. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe, dude. Orange cat loving your stream. Well, he's like watching it the wrong way, bro. You can't see anything from that side, man. You gotta go on the other side of the fucking computer and shit. Wait, I think I bought like board this shit. Oh, I'm going onto the... Wait, it better not already be fucking drowning, bro. Oh, there we go. Let's check out some of the... I don't know if they got the dining rooms, but like, let's find it. Okay, this is the staircase. Sorry, I gotta blow into my right click so that it works. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, I thought this was like a meme, dude. What the... Man, I always forget y'all have some fucking weird shit. Why are you so fast? I don't know, I guess I paid for this in like 2017. Where the hell am I right now, dude? Does the ship actually sink? It does. Wait, I could eat here. Oh wait, this is like an engine room, never mind. Well, we're not really moving. I'm a crew member, apparently. So if you guys need lifeboats, I guess I'm the guy. This is where they did the fucking awesome scene. Near, far, wherever you are. Oh. Should you wait until it sings? Well, we don't wait. We're role playing. Like here, I go in here. Oh, this is the staircase with this statue, of course. Wait, the elevator. Oh my god. Okay. Maybe have some class. I think I'm able to set these lifeboats up somehow. But, like, I guess I shouldn't do that right now. There's no reason to. Uh-oh.
Iceberg right ahead!
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Dude, I'm getting plus 10 roleplay. Oh, fuck. Guys? Oh, they got rid of my fucking shirt. Oh. Daily question, fart or pee? Jump off right now. Oh my god. What? Dude, maybe that was the meta. Oh, hell no. Oh my god. Eats it. What is this? What do I have here? Oh. Why do I have a gun, dude? Click / tap on cabin doors and E-deck to deliver life jackets. Oh, fuck. I don't got any of that on me. Wait, we have the orchestra somewhere. Okay, bad news, guys. As the only crew member, I don't know how to set up the lifeboat. That's not good. I don't know how to do this. This is a bit problematic. Wait, I want that. What is this? There's a fucking leaderboard, bro. I'm dead. Oh my god. Well, guys, you can't all get into this boat. Oh, the chef is down there. Oh, I'm stuck. Let me get a update on the boat. I mean, it looks fine right now. Huh. Oh my god. Guys, take it easy on there, man. What? Okay. Is this doing anything? It's spinning. Maybe I gotta do it on this side. I don't know. This boat's cooked, bro. This boat's cooked. What the fuck is that, dude? What is that? Chicken jockey? Guys, we're in big fucking trouble right now. And I mean that. We gotta fucking accelerate, bro. Full steam ahead, bro. Well, let's just like turn right. It's not even sinking. No. I shouldn't even be in here. I'm just a lowly crew member. You are not captain. Nerd alert. Fail RP? Dude, I'm failing the fucking RP of doing my job. I don't know how to do this. Oh, I'm not gonna do that. That's just insensitive. Dude, put that gun down. Wait, what's that room do? Wait, what is that? Oh. Oh, that's the Morse code. How do we do this? Wait, what is it? What can I get from here? Oh. These are captain-only orders. They determine lifeboat's boarding status. Dude, the captain's fucking letting us down, bro. The captain's not doing shit. Can you imagine dying horrifically on the Titanic only for some kid 100 years later to make a block game remake of your death? Dude, they're like frame one with these nowadays. Darlene Finger. It's the only way to educate the children nowadays. You bring it to them. You can't bring Titanic into the classroom, so you bring it to where they are, which is on Roblox. After they're done doing a fashion show, they can go see what the real horrors of life look like. I mean, shit, dude. What? Guys, we're in big trouble. There's a demon on the boat. You like jazz? Please stay away from me. Oh, fuck, dude. That's not good. Oh, lower rope. Get that shit down, dude. Oh my god, it's happening, bro. We're getting the boat down. Oh, that's not. Shit. Fuck. Look, everybody, hold on, okay? Hold on, dude. Oh, shit. Okay, I think this is good. There we go. It's you know, it's not the smoothest ride, but it is. There we go. Are you free now? Okay, well that lifeboat did have like 2 people in it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm setting it up. I'm setting it up. Everybody get on. Everybody get on. I'm fucking saving you. Everybody get on the boat. Look at them. They're already down there. No, no, if I do this side first, then they have like a they launch into the water like a rocket. Dude, don't open those doors, man. You guys are gonna let the water in. There we go. What the? That's the captain, dude. You're supposed to go down with the ship. Get the fuck off that boat. Get the fuck off that boat, dude. That's it. We're shooting the captain. You will not be saved. Oh, I missed. Goodbye, tungsten talons. Does anybody... Get on that boat, guys. Get on there, dude. You too, demon. Come on. Get off the damn boat. I want to be boat with you. We share space. Get the alright. Where are all these people, dude? There's all these people. They can't all be on the boats already. There we go. Guys, you need to be like sailing out of here, man. Close that fucking door. Thank you. Okay, move your boat, please. You're disturbing the other boat. Thank you. I'll go down with the captain. Dude, the captain was on one of the first lifeboats out of here. So-called fucking sacrifice. Disgusting. Disgusting, dude. What the hell? What are you sightseeing for? Get on a boat. There's nobody even on this boat. We're lowering an empty boat right now. We don't have any paddles, bro. The other ones did. They were fucking sailing about. What the hell's going on down there? What happened to the boat? Oh, shit, dude. Oh, fuck. Wait, there's hella boats, bro. There's so many boats. There we go. The demons get. Oh, the demon. What the fuck is. What's this server called again? I wish I could play, but it says I'm not authorized to play. What does that mean? I got banned from this game? What the fuck did you do? I imagine it was like more, maybe a little bit more, what's the word for it? Smooth. When they did this. Who is making this noise? What the hell are you guys doing over here? Get on a boat. Can you come detach us from the ship? What? Oh, sorry, I keep... Fuck. Detach what? Detach who? Oh. What the hell are you guys doing here? I won't lie, man. I think you guys are cooked. You're over, man. Yeah, sorry, you guys are stuck. When is Magic Mike night? Again, you gotta ask Nick. Nick is the guy to go to for that. I got as little info on it as you guys. Damn, bro. Uh-oh. Whoa. You have a fire extinguisher? I can't believe they took away my shirt. Now I'm gonna have to find a new shirt. I'm just like those people in the lifeboats that were like, my garments, my garments. Why are you still on the boat? Because unlike the captain of this ship, I go down with this lady. Oh my god. Girl, no you're not, I'm captain. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You are the captain, and you were on the first lifeboat out of here. I'm saying, unlike the captain, I'm staying on the boat. Disgusting. Disgusting. Titanic uses he, they. Amazing. Amazing. Like that motherfucker who crashed the cruise. Yeah, the fucking Costa Concordia captain that just like got out of there immediately. That's crazy, bro. The grand staircase is flooding. Uh-oh. I'm going on this side. Snoopy is here. Aphex Twin Snoopy. Uh-oh. Oh, hell no. Jesus. Oh my god, Snoopy. You're gonna fall? No, because I'm gonna hang on to this rod. Why is Snoopy inside of the boat, bro? The fuck is that about? Uh-oh. Okay, that's a bit of a fucking vibe shift. Uh-oh. Oh, hell no! Nah, if you sit on the bench, it's chill. I'm stuck on here with a fucking pirate. What is that shirt? This sound making me need to piss. The music died. I do. The sound is very present now. The fact that it broke in half is crazy. I feel like that just shouldn't happen. I mean, it especially shouldn't happen if you do a whole marketing campaign about how your ship is unsinkable. That is just such an insane thing to put on posters. Wasn't it a thing that people didn't believe survivors when they said the boat broke in half? Honestly, I don't know if I'd believe them either. I'd be like, I respect it, but like, that sounds crazy. Uh-oh. We got someone breakdancing here. You just sitting? Alright, boats. We need a boat. We need a boat to fucking save us, dude. That's an empty boat. Uh-oh. You think I can make it? Holy fucking shit, most realistic part of this game. What the fuck was that, man? That was the fucking power of... Oh my god. I got an ore. Get on here, Snoopy. Everybody, get on. Snoopy. Look at y'all, dude. Look at y'all trying to crawl into my boat. Disgusting. Disgusting. Oh, it's restarting, bro. 12-hour stream where we just do this over and over again. New blocks times. Well, that was a great way to spend 100 Robux. Now we did, you know, we did remembrance and stuff. What should we play? Wait, there's a Roblox cruise ship. Fly to Japan Airport RP. Now let's watch the JonTron Titanic video. Conveyor Sushi Restaurant. Welcome to Ocean Sushi. Invite your friends, eat sushi from the conveyor belt, and place orders with the order screen. You can shoplift on Roblox cruise ship. Hold on, I'm getting sushi. What was that? Dances. Beat step. I want to sit right by the... I am now using the soy sauce. You are now using the wasabi. How do I order, bro? Wait, they got the boat, bro. I thought they would only bring this out for my mom. Alright, what do they got here? Ooh. Ooh. I don't want the tuna. Wagyu. Oh, fuck, I accidentally got the tuna, bro. I gotta get the fucking premium menu to get Wagyu. I can't even get Wagyu for free in this fucking game. Come on, man. What is that? Oh, hello. Miso soup. I love miso soup. Bring that over here. What the? They took all the miso soup. Whenever people talk about the Titanic, the story of the Carpathia always makes me cry. It was a tiny ship with only around 200 passengers, but when they got the Titanic's distress call, they turned around and ended up saving 700 people. Yeah, there were a lot of people in the live stream that I was watching yesterday. A lot of people were standing the Carpathia. And then the Baltic showed up, and people were like, oh my god, Baltic reference. And then, it was like the Californian that everybody hated. Everybody got really mad in the chat when the Californian showed up. What? Did somebody eat my fucking food? Can you get out of here? I'm getting the shrimp tempura. I guess I have expensive... I'm just eating the rice then. Fuck it. Yum. Mmm. Oh, what is this? It looks delightful. Not allowed to eat from this player's plate. Why are you putting your food down on my table? You want me to look at it? Can I get a bite, girl? Get out of here. Put on a shirt and get out of here. Fucking pervert. Disgusting. You make me sick. Bro. Hogging much? The fuck? None of it is even reaching me. There's not even any room to put any more food down. Yum. Why are you plate watching? Because they're taking all the fucking food. Mushroom soup. Fuck, don't have anywhere to put this. I can eat the bear pancake. Oh, yes. Let me get a strawberry. Yum. Yum. Wait, let me scarf down this rice real quick. What the hell? Don't mind if I do. Holy fucking shit. A little bit of salad. Damn, now I'm getting hungry again. Just found out that one of my school's bathrooms is a popular local cruising spot. What is a cruising spot? My god. Sex? School bathroom. So the cruise jokes I've made to you over the years just flew above your head. I thought you were talking about like Northern Line cruises. Because he goes cruising. Bro, I can't eat all this. Look, guys. In Estonia, when you're gay in the 2000s, you don't do cruising spots. You just have a really gay moment with your best friend, then you never talk about it again. Oh, crab leg. Yum. Delicious. I got really angry today. Cause, one of the guys in my life that I had a gay experience for the first time, we were very young. But that's not the problem. The problem is that he went to my mom later in our life and said, "Can I borrow his Xbox?" And my mom was just like, "Yeah, sure." Gave him my Xbox. I didn't see that Xbox for years. I had to fucking shoot text messages. I'd be like, "I want my Xbox back." And then I get it back. It's in my house now. There's no controller. The copy of GTA 5 missing. The only game that they returned is fucking Forza. And like that came with the fucking Xbox. So are you mad he's gay or because of the games? I don't give a shit what he is. I just want my fucking games back, dude. It's ridiculous. Like, you don't give the controller back and I'm just supposed to, like, not notice? Are you out of your mind? Whatever. What is this? What is this beverage? Without going too in depth about it, though, I do think about that guy because, like, that guy was like I don't know. He's like, I'll say this much, okay? When I first read about like all the stuff that the Beatles used to do together, it didn't faze me at all, and that was because of that guy. That guy had like friend groups. That guy had like friend groups with the dynamics of the Beatles, and everybody just did it. And nobody thought about it. Nobody thought about how, like, this is kind of gay. Next week, they'd, like, see a gay person on the street and they'd be like, oh, that's fucking disgusting, man. That's so fucking gross. But it's like, what the hell was that about? What the fuck was going on there? I think that happens with straight men a lot. I think he's bisexual. It's insane that culture in young men has not changed at all. I don't know what they're doing nowadays. This was, you know, shit, man. This was like 2011, 2012 type shit. I don't know how the people are discovering themselves in 2025. I don't know how it happens. I'm not fully not a part of my time, I guess. Dude, there's a fucking cake here. Holy shit. They're writing LeBron ex Steph Curry fan fiction. Wish I was joking. Oh, what is this? Delicious. One of my favorite VODs is you going through your Facebook during that time. I'm not sharing my food with you. My God. The guy in my class reminded me of a gay barm. Oh, gay bar. But I'm busy or he's been busy. I'm not gay, but I want to have fun with him, but I don't want him to think I'm tagging along because I'm gay. You should probably, like, add that in as, like, a disclaimer. Like, I'm just... I'm looking for somewhere to hang out. I just want to spend time with someone. And then, yeah, you should probably also just say... I'm not gay because what I just said sounds really gay. I don't know, man. Like, growing up in this, like, in the environment that I grew up in, there was so much, like, on the down low gay shit happening. And I just, like, you know, I think about it sometimes because I've made peace with what I am. And that's, you know, sometimes I'm a little bit bisexual. It happens. But, like, a lot of those guys, they're now, like, car mechanics, you know? They have, like, I don't know, they've, like, very doubled into the anti-gay lifestyle. And I'm like, do they ever think about it? Or have they just, like, removed it from their existence? From their perception, their consciousness. I think about that a lot. What the who the fuck is this, dude? Get off, bro. They're probably insecure. I don't even know if they're insecure. Like, my theory is that they don't even acknowledge that that part of them exists, even though it's... Because, I mean, that's really what it was with me, too. You know, I watched Moonlight, and then I was like, oh, fuck. All right, I get it now. I watched Moonlight, and I was like, okay, wait. I see what that was about now. But, like, before then, like, I honestly, like, I would remember sometimes I'd be like, oh, yeah, man, that was kind of gay when we did all that gay shit. But, like, it wasn't, like, gay. It wasn't, like, in a gay way. It was just, like, we were bored. We were bored. There was, like, nothing to do. We were, you know, it was the countryside. But then it's like, you know, I'm glad I had my realization, you know, when I was like a teenager. Rather than one day one of them is going to be like 36 drinking coffee and then they like, it hits them where it's like, oh my God, the reason why I did all that, it was kind of like, it was a little bit gay. And then that's going to be like a lot harder to, I think, like unpack and process. We got tea, bro? Holy fucking shit. I'm full. I'm getting out of here. What? Holy fucking shit. Fuck. Oh my God, what the fuck is that? Is that a hedgehog? How do I get it? Oh, this is a private dining for 150 Robux, dude? I don't know about that. Might as well just go to a... Oh, you can become a sushi chef for 300 Robux. Drinks. Holy fucking shit, I can pay with sushi, man? Wow. Alright, what else is there? What else is there on this fucking website? Have you ever had honey butter chips? No. Fly to Japan, airport RP. 100-player musical chairs. Grow your poop? What the fuck is grow your poop, bro? Oh my God, I'm growing my poop. Wait, is it literally just a Gario? Oh my god, bro, that's a gigantic poop. Oh my god, he just ate the other one. I just personally don't like that it's poop. This is where I draw the line. But there's the dailies and there's a wheel. I'm gonna eat you. Oh my god, I just ate my friend Nick. I've warred him. Come here. Oh my god, dude. Come here, I'm eating you. Oh my god. This Estonian's gonna rape my poo. Someone pulled it up in my school once. And I really didn't like it. What? How did Nick kill me? There's fucking music in the background. Uh-oh. Come here. Uh-oh. Oh my god! Yeah, see what I mean? It's not like disgusting poop. Come here, Nick. Don't be scared of me. They should make this with a long drive poop. That would actually be so fucking disgusting. Holy shit. They ate my friend Nick! Claim your gifts. What's this? Oh, I can spin a wheel. Dude, faster, man. I can't see what's going on. Just, dude. How am I supposed to die if I'm the biggest one? Booyah. Can we do ancient Egypt roleplay again? Dude, that was like, the logistics of that were insane, bro. It took like everything out of me to get in power. Oh my god, and I just remember that stream where we did the White House. The presidency. That was fucking fun, dude. We need more RP. I need more Dale and Dawson lobbies. I love RPing in there. That fucking debate got me blocked by half the chat because they thought my RP was 100% serious and I loved Israel. Guys, if anyone still has Cursed Gamer Child blocked, you can unblock them. They're not a Zionist. I can vouch for that. I went on a UK Buckingham Palace game once and the king had me locked in a room. So they chased me with a sword. What the fuck goes on this game, dude? Why am I still on this? Wait, I got a gift to claim. Please unblock Mike Oxlong 42. Thank you. TY on Roblox, guys. I lost 6 friends after that debate. That's crazy.
He.
Cherry case, thank you. Claim your +5. Oh yeah, true. I got I'm gonna eat this motherfucker. Uh-oh. Can you go to hospital roleplay? I don't know why I said that like that. That's one Chiblee did like 3 years ago and it was so good. Bro, you're green? Why are you saying that? Oh, the green stream. I'm a Roblox dev and you playing these games is making me so mad. What the fuck? It made me mad too, bro. This game sucks. Football manager, bruh. Hospital. Is this it? Maple Hospital? Maple Hospital is a highly functional and realistic hospital roleplay experience built with the help of a licensed nurse. How do I... OMG, I can be the pit. Yeah, you can be the pit. Oh, it's free, bruh. Hello, hello. Wait, guys, don't join it immediately, okay? I have to get in there, too. Level 20 surgeon, supervisor promoted by director, security. You can be security, bro. I'm gonna be a nurse, man. No, I don't want to be on a gurney. I gotta work. Wizard Julia, Wizard Julia. Wizard Julia, thank you so much. Alright. How do I do my job? There's no patience, bro. This is not like the pit at all. Everything's really chill. I can fucking lay down and take a nap. Taking a hit. Taking a hit of my own supply. Well, you can deliver babies on this game? Okay, there's a waiting room. Anybody? What the fuck happened here? Patient violent. Put him in that. We're... Get in there, dude. Oh. I'm stuck. I don't want to be in a wheelchair. I can't move. There we go. Thank you. Okay, the patient seems to be stuck. There we go. We're gonna give you some blood. We're gonna get your readings. Oh, what do we got there? Ooh, 87 HR. We're looking at my name's too big, I can't see. 20 RR. Natalia Shadows, thank you.
He.
Wait, it's trying to fucking move. Do we have handcuffs anywhere? Put on some gloves. Alright, we're gonna need to... Oh, I'm taking my own blood pressure. Fuck. Oh, is that good? Uh-oh. Willie, what is wrong with you? Like, how do we help you? Is dead. I'm doing the apple dance. We need to put you into surgery. Why is there a dog in here? You washed house in the pit? What is... Stop that. I got yelled at my mom's job for doing this. You shouldn't be doing that. I don't want to be in a wheelchair. Family restroom. Bengala fungus outbreak. Everyone evacuate. What do you mean evacuate, dude? We gotta be here fixing it. Oh my god. We got this motherfucker chained up, dude. Hold on. I don't want to take my own blood pressure. Oh, wait. This is where the good stuff is, dude. Damn it. Unlock director. Wait a minute. Twins pack. Now, this is the kind of shit I'd be walking down the street to. You know what I mean? I walk down the street to this. I take my steps. The fact that there's big-ass feet in the frame right now is freaking me out. Anybody else? Who's this? Director. Can't I just pay to become a doctor? No, please don't carry me. Where are the... Do we really only have like one patient? What's going on? Oh. Janitor violent. Someone get their baby off the floor of the waiting room. Overstaffed ass hospital. They never seen a hospital like this before. There's no fucking patients. Dude, I think we need to go into a public lobby so that we have patients. Who's this? Patient fracture. Come with me. How do I pick you up? No. Come. What the hell am I doing here, dude? No, I don't want to be on a gurney. Leave me alone. I'm trying to do my job. There's blood. There's blood. There's blood. Resident pregnant. Wait. Some of you work here and you're pregnant? Okay, there's someone with a gun. Public lobbies are a nightmare. I'm gonna give you saline. Get back in there. Oh my god, a supervisor. The dog is pregnant and human now. Bro, I don't like the fact that a nurse is shirtless in the room. There's blood on the floor. My blood pressure's going up. What the fuck is this, dude? Okay, wait, there's someone that's deeply injured right now. Are you dying? You're a doctor and you're dying. Oh my god, there's a baby. Baby bump? What does that mean? What is a baby bump? Turn on voice chat? No, dude. Especially since it's you asking. I don't even want to know what's being said in here right now. Wait, okay, let me try a public lobby real quick. Because I want to see how I get treated. I want to be a patient. Resident. Patient. Can I choose my injury? What does that mean? Oh, that's a daycare? How do I get a number? Hello. I am in deep pain. You click status on the side. Status. What the fuck? Uh-oh. Okay, please sit down. I will call your name. Okay. Other side. Dude, I'm too old for this. Behind player list. Oh. I'm in a coma. Wait, I'm doing RP, bro. I'm in a coma. I'm in a coma. Bro, you just said you were in deep pain? Yeah, then I went in coma. Sorry, but I can't help now? What? 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 Where's your supervisor? While I'm in a coma? Face card so bad you were refused medical service? Alright, I'll change my status to, dead. I'm bleeding. Gunther. I hurt. What the fuck? I'm fucking bleeding everywhere, man. I'm bleeding. I'm scared. It's okay. Holy shit, dude. We're getting help. The doctor will be with you. Thank you. Your little kids at the daycare cannot stop yapping. Oh, the service cat. Meow meow. Why is your bleeding ass sitting on the white chair? They told me to take a seat. Damn, is this how long it takes in real life too, man? Jesus. I could be bleeding to death. Oh my god, there's someone bleeding to death on the floor. if you just got shot and they told you to sit down? I know, right? Isn't this like a little bit of urgency, please? Girl, come here. What? Time I got cut by broken glass and was bleeding profusely like a vein had been hit or something, and I got covered with a towel. My friend drove me to urgent care. When I got there, they gave me paperwork to fill out and told me to wait in the waiting room for my name to be called. That's crazy. Oh. Don't worry, help is not coming. I've been waiting for a while.
Why you got so many necklaces? Why you got necklace?
4chan got hacked, so I'm subbing to
4chan got
Aksually.
hacked, so I'm subbing to Aksually.
Thank you, Bug30. Is this person trying to talk to me? This way. Oh my god, am I getting help? Am I getting help? Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh! I was trying to juggle some knives. Oh. One sec, girl. Oh, I have to pay per announcement? I don't even know why I would say yummy yummy, dude. It's disgusting. What is this? What does that have to do with bleeding? They don't do... The floor's not even wet. I need this, dude. I need oxygen immediately. Bro, I think it's hitting. Look at him. Fixed? Now what? Oh my god, a surgeon has arrived. What are they gonna do with me? What the fuck, dude? The fucking doctor fell over. Just got home from James Marriott concert. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I died because the surgeon's dead too. Everybody died. It was a horrible situation. Dude, I don't think this is the morgue. Just looking to turn patients into cupcakes. It's like a Viking funeral. They're gonna shoot arrows at me and I'm gonna die in a fire. Why is there a fucking Tesla in here? What's up with that, like? Bro, they play this at funerals? This shit's like lit as hell. Wait, I'm level 9. The hell? Why they just dump your body in the ocean? Because this is the worst hospital I've ever seen in my life. Not goon. Bro, this really goes on forever, huh? 90% of the map is just this ocean. There doesn't even seem to be anything else on the island. Oh wait, I've reached the edge. You forgot to pay your medical bills? Oh, hell no. Get. I'm stuck. No. No, that's terrible. That's terrible what just happened there. The hell, they're chasing me after with an they're coming after me with an ambulance just cuz I didn't pay my bills? I thought those were meant to be for saving people. Okay. Well, damn. Wait, there's slides in hospital RP, bro? This is like a Tim Robinson sketch. You just joined the hospital RP for the slides. Wait, a bicycle. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh, fixed? Wait, I'm gonna go into a surgery room. I don't know why this funeral music's still playing. I'm not dead anymore. Can I eat the food? MRI. No, I don't want to be on a stretcher, bro. I want to fucking... Bro, this music's beautiful. I'm not playing this shit at my funeral, though. Uh-oh. What's happening to me? Why am I going into the... Why am I going over there? This is painful to watch. Wait, this is literally house now. Why is Kojima's son the size of a... They play this at a funeral? Nah. If you play this at my funeral, I'm gonna be thinking you're a little bit too hyped that I'm dead. You're like a little bit too excited, man. It's like a little bit too fucking cool. You gotta play something that's like a little bit more depressing, you know what I mean? I hear a baby crying. Do you guys hear that? Can you be pregnant? Ew! Your baby. 8 weeks. Tired? Motion sickness? Oh, ew. Shocked. No, I don't want to end my pregnancy. Don't say ew, this is beautiful and natural. What is this fucking shit that's playing in here? Why is this playing on every TV? Oh my god. I'm sad. I have cramps. And I vomit. I'm sleeping on my stomach. It provides the baby comfort. Give me some of that oxygen. I don't mean to be throwing up, it's just that that's what happens. I've played The Sims before. Oh my god, 16 weeks. I have an aversion to burgers. I'm nauseous. And I sneeze. You sneeze when you're pregnant? I didn't know that. I guess I am learning some things. Okay, there's literally There's someone shooting a gun. Dude, I don't like my little baby. Get off my baby bump, dude. What are you doing, you little rat? Oh, I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to. I'm not letting you carry me. You're a surgeon, bro. I don't trust. You're gonna take my baby. Oh. Cuddle belly. Craving. The hell is that? Look at how sad he looks. Push. I'm not giving birth right now. Are you still puking? You're on 5 months now. Get over it. Never tell me to get over it. Hurry up and give birth. We're still only on week 20. Ooh, increased appetite. Me hungry. Me hungry. Happy. Yay. Dizzy. Whoa. Bro, what the hell? This shit's turning into a fucking avocado. Why is there a bed on top of me? Can you get... this is not about you guys, okay? Get your fucking babies out of here, seriously. Yo, can I bunk? Oh my god, my heart rate is 79. Your baby. Oh, what the fuck? What? What the fuck is that? Who the hell did I sleep with? Wait, this is literally my life. Back pain, sleepless, day sleeping? Stop! You're not funny. What is this fucking big urine stain that's following me? Can someone turn this fucking garbage off? I'm losing my mind. Oh, my back! My back! Don't come in here. I'm taking a fucking piss. I'm getting hot flashes. I'm getting a headache. Getting a leg cramp. Turn that fucking music off before I fucking shoot myself in the head. Get... What the fuck is this little rat in the bed? Wait, the belly's real, dude. It exists in there. Difficulty breathing. Heartburn. Fatigue. Oh, I'm tired. Why is there a fucking zombie in here? Can you please get off the fucking bed? I'm so serious. I don't need a wheelchair. I need my peace. I'm pregnant, dude. Everybody leave me alone. I don't want to be seen. I don't want to talk to anybody. Wait, my bump's getting bigger. Why is that tube in my belly? You're bleeding, girl? Oh my god, contractions. Oh, I've seen the Shay Carl vlogs. I know what this phase is like. I'm getting a call, fuck you. What the fuck is that? When's this damn thing getting out of here, you know what I mean? Oh my god, I gave birth. What? Bro, shouldn't we like wash it or something? Why is it red? Are you actually pregnant or is it just a Roblox thing? No, I'm not pregnant. Dude, it's crying. What do I do with it? No, I don't want to be in a wheelchair. What's her name? How do I name it? Can I... Does it want to go down the slide? I like this part of the animation where you're kind of like swinging your arm back and forth with the baby in your hand. Bro, I have a cavity now. I gave birth so hard it gave me a damn cavity. Why do you have two, bro? Get away from me. How do I name this thing? Wait, now I'm the baby. I thought that was gonna let me select my baby. Requested you to be a bump? What? Bro, what the hell is going on, man? I hope it's non-binary. Get out of there. I can't, dude. I'm like pressing space. I'm stuck, bro. I'm fucking throwing up in hopes of getting out of here. What the fuck? I've never done anything like this in my life, bro. The dog is dead. Start kicking. What is going on? I don't know anymore, man. Oh my god, I'm free. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Masked up baby. Woke baby. No, don't fucking pick. Get away from me. Nobody touch me. The fuck, the dog's eating me, dude. No, I'm not, dude. I'm not doing the bump again. Oh my god! Hideo Kojima has struck a crowd of Aksually supporters with a car. Just joke's on you, bro. I'm too small, man. Ow! Hit me with your damn wheel, bro. Oh, this is the graveyard. R.I.P. Ilias' dad died in the same war. Mimi's mom. What is going on here? What's going on in this Roblox graveyard? Old Town. Sturdy. Ow. I'm actually, like, horrified by what's happened in this game. You got a diaper on? You know, one day we're all gonna have diapers on. We're gonna revert back to the diaper days. Do you understand this? One day we're all gonna be wearing diapers again. Those days are coming back. What happened? I went to order food. A viewer gave birth to me, and I didn't mean for that to happen, but it did. So now that's just something that we're gonna have to live with for the rest of time, really. Was this Chad that taught me about Depends adult diapers? What is that?
Aksel is an Estonian YouTuber and Twitcher. Chills once called him Chicken Little Looking Ass. He used to date bald activist Northern Lion, but then...
But then what? But then what? But then what happened? Ew! Bro, I'm actually... There's a cop here. Name and shame the cop, bro. Whoever came out of that cop car, name and shame. Who is that? So Weave 2007. Oh, this is probably just someone that's, Bro, they're not gonna be able to go anywhere with this. Uh-oh. Saw 4 2007, that's a actual viewer. Oh, I still have like 100 Saw movies to watch, bro. Oh my god, fuck my life. Hundreds of them, Jesus. Someone born in 2007 is 18. Bro, I was on Habbo Hotel in 2008. When these people were being fucking... When they were in diapers crawling around, man. So Weave? Dude, I really thought it was... The name was So Weave and it was like a Middle Eastern name or something. But it's just Saw 4 2007. That's crazy, bro. That's actually crazy. Da. Wait, that was kind of good. Da. 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 I used to think Ijbol was an Arabic word. We live in a freaking society, y'all. There's nothing to do about that. I thought it was a K-pop thing. Alright, I need to get off this fucking hospital game. What do we do now? Because that has, you know what? It has fucking traumatized me is what it has, dude. It's traumatized me. Nubby. You know what I need more of? I need more like 2-hour story games to play on this stream, man. That would be fucking awesome. Like I don't know. I can't like find them anymore. I don't know where they're hiding them. Ina Dream Barbecue. I saw someone play a little bit of that. That looked crazy. Is that the one where it's like... Oh yeah, it's this game. Where it's like, what is going on here? Damn, overwhelmingly positive, dude. Holy fucking shit. Fucking bro, it's past midnight East Coast. I'm playing Weezer. No, I'm not gonna play this right now, but should probably do this at some point. Oh, this game was kind of crazy. I remember when we played this. The subject. Dark hours. Green hell. Hypnagogia Boundless Dreams. Oh, it's this game. Like, where are the... There's too much, like, fucking simulator slop now. We need more 2-hour indie, bro. The Crooked Man. Did you ever play that alligator game? No. Infinite games, but no games, bro. Every time I make a list of games to play, I end up looking at them like, oh. I think I'm just like I'm like a whiner, dude. I'm a little whiner. Wait, what if I look up Twitch on Steam? What does it give? Lurkbait Twitch Fishing, a Twitch-powered interactive cozy fishing idle game. Add as an overlay for your stream and let your viewers fish with commands. Hell no, dude. I don't need that to get my chat moving. $100-player Twitch chat party pack. What is this? Minesweeper? Magic Mike 4 happening? Prison Simulator. YouTuber's Life 2. Did you guys see that YouTuber's Life 3 is going to be like an MMO? It's going to be an MMO, bro. Where is it? YouTuber's Life 3 stream together. Reach the top of the rankings. Create your dream home with a luxury setup. Compete online in real time with other users by streaming, creating VODs, and editing them in the most epic way. And don't forget to share your photos in the unique and time-limited events on your calendar. Bro, you get to go to VidCon.
Why you got so many necklaces?
Should I pre-order Switch 2? Well, I did it.
Suvi pre-order Switch
And
2.
I'm so delighted with my purchase. Where's MatPat? MatPat probably in bed right now, bro. MatPat's probably in bed wearing PJs. You're gonna watch Magic Mike 4. I haven't even seen Magic Mike 1. How could I possibly make that promise? I need to see the first one and figure what that's about. Oh my god, one game that I want to do soon, probably not like super soon, but eventually, now that I have a new PC, me and Chiblee, we're gonna play this on stream. We talked about it. We're gonna go tornado hunting. Why the fuck is it 33 euros, bro? That's crazy. Ooh wee ooh. You ton or more. But I want to find something for like tomorrow. Hop on. Why the fuck is this 25 euros, bro? It's a damn 4-year-old game. Go ahead, man. I might do that during the weekend. Really don't like the open world kind of feel this game gives. Play Monster Hunter. Oh, I forgot I have this game, bro. Forgot I bought this. Whoa, 1,200 online right now. You played it 2 times. I don't think I even opened it a second time. I think I just did it once, dude. I mean, it's a cute game. It's a cute game for sure. What is this? Little Gator game. My mom was on that for months, but now she's back to Stardew. We love a gaming mom. Hello, gaming mom. Who are you voting for in the Sanrio voting thing? I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. Should I call it a lurker right now? Why am I hiccuping? No, some of these names are hilarious. Oh my god, Po Fart? I remember this chatter, dude. I remember them sending a message once. That's an iconic name. Po Fedito. Po Fedito. It's a Sanrio character ranking. I don't know what's going on. Vote. Oh, what the fuck? What does this mean when you vote? Like, what does the winner get? More merch? Pandapple. Pandapple. Check out profile. This monkey is crazy about puns. Sure, I'll vote for this monkey. Age 20 to 29. Male. Estonia. This is my first time voting. All right. I hope this monkey gets everything it deserves. I hope it gets what it's... Good vote. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, should we do one more tasting history before I leave? Doesn't have to be Titanic, though. I wonder what else they have. Original PB&J. Al Capone soup. Macaroni and cheese from 1845. I want something with like a... Ooh, what did Genghis Khan eat? Dude, that's my fucking... That's my uncle, dude. I mean, really, that's all of our uncle. French onion soup. Eating like an ancient Greek Olympian. Ooh, Titanic crew member, though? Wait. Is there an Estonian one? Probably not. Probably not. Noodles. Oh my god. I quit. What?
So I don't really make a lot of personal videos on this channel.
Well, that wasn't true. Thank God. Maybe Titanic second class. Let's hear a little about the people that weren't like filthy rich. That weren't like stomping over the pores trying to get to the boats, the lifeboats. King Tut. Trisha Paytas reference. All right, let's do this.
When it comes to the Titanic, the first and third class passengers get most of the publicity, while second class, the coach class, often gets neglected. Well, not today. Today we are talking second class lifestyle with a first class dish of sautéed chicken lyonnaise, served at the very last meal on Titanic. Thank you to Vite Ramen for sponsoring this video as we cover the second class, the forgotten class, on Titanic. This time on Tasting History.
That looks fucking tasty.
So today we're covering the second class, but the dish that we're making was served to the first class as part of the 4th dinner course on the night of the sinking. So I chose to do this dish rather than a second class dish from that last night because 1, it sounds really good, and 2, because it could have very well been served to the second class just on a different night that we don't have a menu from. Often the dishes were served to both classes on different nights. When it comes to the recipe, we must look to Auguste Escoffier. The restaurants on the Titanic were often meant to resemble those at the Ritz Hotel, where Escoffier was the head chef. And his recipe for this dish is a little bit different than its modern counterpart, which is usually coated in flour and some herbs. But he calls for a plain sautéed chicken with sauce lyonnaise. Heat 50 grams of butter in a pan, add 250 grams chopped onion, and cook slowly to a golden color. Add 2 deciliters each of white wine and vinegar, reduce by 2/3, and add 7.5 deciliters sauce demi-glace. Simmer gently, skimming as necessary for 5 to 6 minutes, and pass through a sieve. So the sauce is the star here, otherwise it's really just plain chicken. And his recipe I'm going to cut down a little bit just so it makes enough sauce for 4 chicken breasts, and they should be fairly small chicken breasts. As I said, this was part of the 4th course of 10 courses. So the dishes tended to be rather small, just a few bites of everything. But even then, after 10 courses, I would imagine one feels rather bloated.
Not a guy like me, bro.
Feel after eating ramen from
Guy like
today's
me?
sponsor, Vite Ramen. Most instant ramens are packed with sodium, and so shortly they use and I want based on you can order and receive an but to make chicken lyonnaise, what you'll need is 2 tablespoons or 28 grams of butter.
The hell? The
2
video's
small
old
onions,
as hell.
about
That company's probably
150 grams
bankrupt.
Chopped julienne, aka strips. A little less than a half cup or 100 milliliters of white wine. A little less than a half cup or 100 milliliters of white wine vinegar. Now this is the big difference between this version and the modern version of this sauce, the amount of vinegar that Escoffier calls for, and you would not be wrong in cutting it by like 75%. But for today, since this is the amount he calls for, that's what I'll be using. And now for the secret sauce of this sauce, you need 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters
Maybe I
of
should make
demi-glace.
this, dude.
Demi-glace is a rich brown sauce that is absolutely magical, but it can take up to 8 to 10 hours to make in the modern version. And if you go by Escoffier's version, it takes 48 hours to make. Luckily, you can also just buy it concentrated, and I'll put a link in the description where you can get that. No doubt making it from scratch does taste better, but that's a lot of work, and I'm not sure that my palate could tell the difference. Now, Escoffier calls for veal demi-glace, which is a much darker, rich brown. I am using chicken demi-glace, which is a little bit on the lighter side, but they're both magical. So first, heat the butter over medium heat until melted, and add the chopped onion and let them cook for about 10 minutes, occasionally stirring until they are golden brown. Try not to let them burn like mine did. Clearly my pan has some hot spots. Also, you want a nice deep pan for this. Then lower the heat a little and add the white wine and the vinegar and let it simmer until it reduces to 1/3 of the original amount.
Shit,
Then
I'd eat
pour in the
that.
demi-glace
I would just
and
eat
let
that
it
by
simmer for
itself.
another 5 to 6 minutes while you prepare your chicken by seasoning it with salt and pepper. Heat a bit of vegetable oil in a skillet over medium-high heat and place the chicken in the pan and cook for about 5 minutes, then turn and cook for another 5 minutes. Like I said, this dish would have likely also been served to the second class, and unfortunately, through my research, I found that the second class is the least written about class on the ship, which frankly I find odd, seeing as most of us, at least me or I, would have been in the second class. Though the middle class
Streamers
was
go in
smaller
first class.
in 1912 and the Titanic reflected
Streamers would
that.
also be
There
the
were
first
about
ones let on the
329
lifeboats.
first class passengers, 710 third class, and only 285 second class. But if you were in the second class, this is how your voyage on Titanic might have gone down. Pun very much intended. So there were a few places where as a passenger you could have boarded the Titanic. In Southampton, England at noon on April 10th, later that same day in Cherbourg on the coast of France, or on April 11th in Queenstown, Ireland, where some of the very last photos of Titanic were taken.
There it
Interestingly,
goes.
most of the photos of the Titanic, at least on board, are actually of her sister ship, the Olympic. And I'll touch more on that ship and their other sister, the Britannic, all built in Belfast, Ireland, in a future episode. But if you were in the second class on Titanic, you probably were boarding at Southampton, England. Likely, you would have taken the 8:30 a.m. train from London, which was especially meant for Titanic's passengers. There were actually 2 trains, one for first class and one for second and third class.
Oh my
And
God, the
they were
first
both a little
classers
bit
really
late, but
wanted
the
nothing
second
to
and
do
third
with the
class
poor,
train
man.
didn't get to port until 11:30, only
wanna
a
get
half
on the
an
same
hour before
train.
the ship was meant to leave. Luckily, since you weren't third class, you didn't have to go get checked for lice. Rather, you could just walk onto the ship on sea deck. Immediately, it would hit you that the Titanic was quite a cut above most other ships of the day. They spared no expense. You'd descend a fine oak staircase to your cabin, though unlike in third class, the second class cabins were much more varied. So much so that sometimes
Okay,
the
I'm
best
starting to think I'd be in
second-class
third
cabins could be
class.
used
I didn't
for
realize there was a
first-class
class
cabins,
below
and the worst
second
second-class
class.
cabins could be used for third-class cabins. But most were right in the middle.
If they gotta
were
check 'em for
designed
lice, I know
2
they're
or
fucking
4
checking me, bro.
passengers,
I
and
know
if
they're
you were
checking
single,
me.
you likely shared a room with a stranger. Great way to meet people. And if you didn't need all of the bunks, some could be folded up into an upholstered sofa. Upholstered because you didn't have lice. The rooms had running water, though it wasn't hot and cold from the ship's pipes like in first class, but instead came from a tank that had to be periodically filled. Like third class, the ship's beams were often left visible, but like first class, they were furnished with fine mahogany furniture, and a few even had carpet on the floor. You also had more storage than a third class passenger, but one thing you didn't have was your own toilet or bath. Those were still shared accommodations. Now, most people at the time would have considered second class really top drawer, better than first class on most other ships. But there is always someone who's going to complain. During the Senate inquiry following the sinking, Imanita Shelley used her official affidavit as less of a
think that's a viewer
discussion of
attack,
the
creep
sinking
spinach.
and more the way that you would complain in a Yelp review. Instead of being assigned to the accommodation purchased, we were taken to a small cabin many decks down in the ship, which was so small that it could only be called a cell. It was impossible to open a regulation steamer trunk in said cabin. It was impossible for a third person to enter said cabin unless both occupants first of all crawled into their bunks. She complained in a note to the ship's purser that she was very ill, and owing to the freezing cold of the cabin, was in great danger. And if the purser refused to act, she, Mrs. Shelley, would appeal to the captain. I would like to speak to the manager of the Titanic, thank you very much. And sadly, after working in restaurants for many years, I have realized that complaining actually works, and it worked for her. She and her mother were upgraded to
Oh my
a
God.
better cabin, but even then, she said this cabin, though large and roomy, was not furnished in the comfortable manner as the same accommodation procured on the Cunard or other lines. Then she went on to complain about the food, the toilets, and even the temperature of the air outside, though they were too far north for the season and there were icebergs about, and so maybe she had a point there. Though she also complained about being uncomfortable in the lifeboat, which included, and I quote, a crazed Italian. But Mrs. Shelley was definitely in the minority because most second-class passengers seemed overwhelmingly happy with their cabins and with things like the fact that they had a barber shop on board and a library decorated in the 18th century Adams style where you could borrow a book or sit at one of the writing desks in a plush green upholstered chair and write a letter home that could be posted from the Titanic, as she was a Royal Mail ship. You could often do this while listening to the string quintet that played 3 times a day outside of the
Oh,
library.
I know they're a hoot.
The second class also had some of the best promenade space on the ship. There were long covered spaces with deck chairs on B and C deck, but if you really wanted to feel the wind in your hair, then head on up to the aft boat deck. You could lounge in the shadow of the 4th funnel, which wouldn't even have any smoke coming out of it, because that funnel was actually pretty much non-functioning as a smokestack, but rather there for decoration and to help ventilate the lower decks. You would also have a great view of the stern, but it would have been harder to look off the side of the ship due to lifeboats being there. The first
See?
class had a lot more space on the boat deck that was unencumbered by those pesky lifeboats, though the original design would have had lifeboats there as well, 48 in all, enough for everyone on board. But J. Bruce Ismay, chairman of the White Star Line, believed the deck would look too cluttered,
call him out,
and so
dude.
dropped the number of lifeboats to 16 lifeboats and 4 collapsible lifeboats, making it all the worse that he made sure he was on one of those lifeboats when the ship went
That's
down.
crazy.
What's crazy is that even those 20 lifeboats were more than were required by law. And that was because the law was rather outdated and was written not dependent on how many people were aboard, but the tonnage of the ship. And since it hadn't been updated in years, it maxed out at 10,000 tons. But the Titanic was 46,000 tons.
Bro, that's crazy, man. They fucking forgot to drop an update.
Now, when it comes to second-class food, again, it's really a
I love how they
first-class
didn't even
experience.
think to like
In
maybe
fact, both
change it when
classes'
the
food
Titanic was
made in
made.
the same galley or kitchen,
Or like
and
any of those
featured
boats,
many
bro.
of
There
the
were
same
plenty of those
dishes.
big boats.
The biggest difference was simply the choice and quantity of those dishes. Instead of multiple restaurants, second class only had one. It spanned the width of D-deck, letting in lots of natural light from portholes on either side, and it could accommodate 394 passengers. It was well lit with lamps in the ceiling and had a piano to provide music during meals. In fact, it was also kind of music that called you to your meal. While third class was called to meals with a bell and first with a bugle, second class enjoyed the
There was a
dulcet
circus
tone
down
of
there.
a gong. You'd sit at large communal tables in mahogany and crimson leather swivel chairs that were bolted to the ground. But it was not open seating. Everyone was assigned a different seat, so you better hope that you're not sitting next to a loud chewer, because you might not be able to move. And while the meals aren't as decadent as first class, they are a lot more robust than third. An 8 a.m. breakfast included oats and hominy, fresh fish, and Yarmouth bloaters. That's a smoked and salted fish with a very unappetizing name. Ox kidneys and bacon, ham, eggs and potatoes, scones and buckwheat pancakes with syrup. Take away the kidneys and bloaters and I'm on board. Now in third class, the big meal of day was dinner that was served at noon, but in second, they had a smaller luncheon, saving room for the evening dinner. This started with a consommé tapioca, then baked haddock with sharp sauce, then you had a choice of entree of curried chicken, spring lamb with mint sauce, or roast turkey with cranberry sauce. I love Thanksgiving all year round. There were sides of peas, turnips, rice, and potatoes, and then desserts of plum pudding, wine jelly, a coconut sandwich, and American ice cream.
American
The first
ice
class
cream.
enjoyed French ice cream, which tends to be a little bit creamier and is made with eggs, though in my house, American or French ice cream are perfectly welcome. The
That's
meal ended
beautiful.
with cheese, fruit, coffee, and
They were
nuts
bawling in
assorted.
second class.
This traditional setup of a meal is where the phrase "from soup to nuts" came from. In fact, second-class passenger Kate Buss recalled, "On the night of the wreck, our tables were a picture. The huge bunches of grapes which topped the fruit basket on every table were thrilling. The menus were wonderfully varied and tempting. I stayed
Tempting.
at table from soup to nuts." Though another passenger, Charlotte Collier, thought it was too heavy and rich, but admitted that no effort had been spared to give even the second cabin passengers on that Sunday the best dinner that money could buy. After dinner, the men often adjourned to the second-class smoke room, decorated in the Louis
Yes.
XVI style with chairs of dark green Moroccan
This
leather
classic.
and patterned linoleum tiles, and of course featured a well-stocked bar. Benjamin Hart was actually playing cards there on the night of the sinking and didn't get to his room until 11:30. His wife Esther was also awake when he got there, but she wasn't getting ready for bed because she spent most of the day sleeping and stayed up all night watching. See, she had been anxious ever since her husband told her that they were sailing on the Titanic, because she felt that the ship's reputation for being unsinkable was flying in the face of the Almighty. And she didn't
Literally.
believe that the ship would even make it through her maiden voyage.
Oh my god.
Her husband probably mocked her, but only 10 minutes after he got to his room, the entire room shook. Another second-class passenger, Lawrence Beasley, also felt the jolt, but didn't think anything of it. A moment later, when the engine stopped, he did decide to get up and go out just to see what had happened. He saw some men playing cards in the smoke room and asked what
To be
was
fair, in like 1912, if they told me that shit was unsinkable, I'd be like, yeah. I mean, it's gotta be.
going on, and they said that they had grazed an iceberg that they
There's
had
no
seen
way it's
pass
not.
by the window just
Look how
a
big it
moment
is.
before.
How could
Now,
something
you'd
so
think
big
that this
sink?
would
It
be
probably
cause for alarm.
wouldn't even
But
be
it
able to
wasn't.
sink all the
They
way.
went
It's
back
so
to their
big.
cards, and Lawrence went back to his cabin. A while later, he heard people going upstairs, and so once again he decided to leave his room and went outside and noticed that the ship was listing forward ever so
White people be
slightly.
like,
Mega lime.
He thought that
Mega lime,
maybe a
thank
few
you.
compartments had flooded in the front, but Titanic was made for that, so everything would be okay. And again, he went back to his cabin. Then he heard a crew member calling for all of the passengers to come out onto the deck with their life belts. And so he put on some warmer clothes and his life belt and went up out on deck. But again, he thought it was just a precaution and said that everything was calm and nobody was panicking. And then they saw crew members uncovering the lifeboats. Men were told to stand back while the women and children got into the boats, though they were slow to do so, feeling that the boats were less safe than staying on the ship. And so Lawrence stood and watched several boats lower half full. Still no panic. Then when lifeboat 13 was ready to go down, again, not entirely full, a crew member looked around and called for
Kamala.
more ladies, and nobody came, so he told Lawrence, "You better get in," which he did. But as the boat lowered down, they realized they couldn't find the pin to release the boat from the ropes. And it turned out that the Titanic was pumping water out of the side of the ship, which formed a stream that pushed their lifeboat right beneath lifeboat 15 as it
Remember
lowered.
breakfast?
It
Probably
very
nothing.
nearly crushed them and would have had someone not had a knife
I don't
and
have
cut
breakfast
through their
most
pulley
days.
ropes so they could push away from the ship at the very last moment. Then they rode out into the darkness, and it was dark. It was a moonless night,
My breakfast
and the
is
only
coffee.
light was from some stars and, of
That's about
course,
it.
the ship itself. Also, there was no wind, so the water was perfectly calm. He said
up,
that from
Rami
a
Binky
distance,
Cat?
everything on the ship looked normal, except that he did notice that the water was now covering the bottom row of portholes. Then at 2 a.m., things took a turn. She slowly tilted straight on end with the stern vertically upwards. As she did so, the lights in the cabins and the saloons flashed once more and then went out altogether. At the same time, the machinery roared down through the vessel with a groaning rattle that would have been heard for miles. It was not yet quite the end. To our amazement, she remained in the upright position for a time, which I estimate as 5 minutes.
Damn.
It was certainly for some minutes that we watched at least 150 feet of the Titanic, towering up above the level of the sea, looming black against the sky. Then, with a quiet, slanting dive, she disappeared beneath the waters. Then, there fell on our ears the most appalling noise that human being ever heard. The cries of hundreds of our fellow beings struggling in the icy water, crying for help with a cry that we knew could not be answered. We longed to return to pick up some of those who were swimming, but this would have meant the swamping of our boat and the loss of all of us. His is one of the best accounts of what the people in the lifeboats saw as the Titanic finally sank. And second class did fare far better than third, but even then 166 were lost and only 119 survived. And among the survivors was the worrying night owl Esther Hart and her daughter Eva,
She
who later
deserves it.
credited their survival to her mother's refusal to sleep at night.
She was right.
Unfortunately, Esther's husband, Benjamin, could not get into one of the lifeboats, and he died in the disaster. Now, we will be getting to the first class stories, which in many ways are the most interesting. But first, we're going to cover the crew. Often in books, they are just as neglected as the second class. But without them, the ship wouldn't have moved, everything would have been dirty, and there would have been nobody to make some chicken lyonnaise. So once the sauce is ready, pour it through a sieve,
my
and then pour that onto the
God.
chicken,
Oh
and
my
then garnish with a
God.
bit of the onion. And here we are, sautéed chicken lyonnaise from
I'ma
the
eat
last
that.
meal on the Titanic. That's so good. That is so complex. You get the onions, but it's not oniony at all. It's more just dark with a gentle sweetness. A lot of times today they end up putting tomato paste or even sugar in it to make it sweeter. It doesn't need that. It's so wonderful, and the vinegar is a little sharp. I would probably cut the vinegar in half at least, but it's not bad. It's just it almost overpowers some of the other flavors that I want to be tasting. I do think that a demi-glace made with
Dude, I
veal
need an
would be
apron, man.
Even better. Just
I need an apron so I
warmer.
can sometimes.
But this is kind of nice and light.
The other day, right after the stream, I go to the kitchen to make a soup. It was like a pre-made soup, and I had to open a packet. I try to open a packet. The fucking packet explodes all over my white shirt. There's fucking vegetable soup all over me, bro. It was
And
fucked
you still get
up.
the chicken flavor. It's not overpowering.
Can I recommend an apron to you?
fantastic.
Sure.
So more Titanic ahead. Make sure to like this video. Follow me on Instagram, Tasting History with Max Miller. And
Wait, I
will
want to see the
you next
crew
time.
one. Crew member.
Today we are delving into the experience of the crew members aboard the RMS Titanic. And while most of the food that they ate was pretty simple, the food they prepared was definitely not. Like this sirloin of beef with chateau potatoes and béarnaise. So thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video as we tackle the ship's crew and make one of the most complex dishes I've ever made on this channel. This time on Tasting History. Now, while most of the crew ate pretty simply on the Titanic, there were a couple who got to dine first class. Literally. Both Captain Smith and the ship's purser Hugh Walter McElroy had their own tables in the first-class dining saloon. And at the very last meal served aboard Titanic, the fifth course included sirloin of beef with chateau potatoes. Now, the menu does not mention any sauce that was served with it, but we know that it would have been served with sauce because pretty much everything was served with sauce. So as the menu was largely based on the cuisine of Auguste Escoffier, I looked through his recipes, and it just so happens that he has a recipe for sirloin of beef with chateau potatoes, and he says it should be served with béarnaise sauce.
Wow.
Entrecôte à la béarnaise. Season and grill the sirloin steaks.
Delicious.
Place on a long oval hot dish.
All right, hold on, let me see this apron. I can't show Amazon on stream because it loves to be like, here's where you live. Okay, it's giving me a fucking captcha, bro. What the fuck? KBBFEB. Holy fucking shit, this apron's crazy, bro. I'll bookmark this. It's got pockets and shit. It's got everything.
At each end of the dish, place a bouquet of small pomme chateau, brush the steaks lightly with some light meat glaze, and finally
It's a regular
border
apron.
each steak
All
with
right, hold
thick
on.
sauce.
Let's understand this interaction that just happened. You recommend me an apron. I say, wow, this is a great apron. And then you come back with, it's a regular apron. What the hell, dude?
Béarnaise. So it sounds simple, but it is not. In fact, it is probably the most complicated thing that I've ever made here on the channel, because not only do we have to make the steak and the potatoes, we have to make two sauces, the meat glaze and the béarnaise. Escoffier describes the meat glaze as a brown stock that has been reduced. The glaze is ready when it adheres to the back of a spoon in the form of a glossy
It's an apron
coating.
with pockets.
Though even
Look, I've
making
never had an apron. I don't know how they work.
that brown stock to reduce is quite a feat, so I purchased brown stock and will let it reduce on low heat for about 4 hours until it coats the back of the spoon.
4 hours?
And since it takes so long, you can pretty much let it do its thing while you make the rest of the dish. First, the chateau potatoes.
Not
Trim
even
the
in our
potatoes
class. Dude, you think our schools have the fucking budget for that shit, dude? You got dirty and you loved it.
to the shape of large olives, place them in a shallow pan, season and cook slowly in clarified butter until very soft and golden brown. Arrange in a deep dish and sprinkle with chopped parsley. So for those, I suggest using 1 pound or 450 grams small golden potatoes and a couple tablespoons of clarified butter or ghee.
Ghee.
The hardest part about making the chateau potatoes is the shaping of them. You know, you're supposed to kind of cut them into the shape of olives, which I thought was going to be easy, but I was wrong. You start by cutting off the sides and the ends to make it into a
So
rectangle,
Catholic tea.
then carefully use a paring knife to carve it into an olive or barrel shape. And I'm not gonna lie, I got about a dozen done before my hand started cramping up so bad that I had to quit. And that proves that I am not a trained chef, because I'm pretty sure that the cooks on Titanic could do like hundreds of them without batting an eye. So like the meat glaze, for the average home cook, shaping these potatoes is going to be rather time consuming, unlike making a meal from today's sponsor, HelloFresh. See, after spending way too much time shaping potatoes, the last thing that I wanted to do was plan another meal.
Coli
Your first
burger.
glass of Thunderbird, juicy and bold for the cook for HelloFresh gift. Quick rest tackle, entire berry ingredients, and some of my sources, as well as my Patreon page. I'm also going to follow Escoffier's exact proportions.
Shout
so
out
I'm
to
going to cut them in
Patreon.
half because I'm not trying to feed a whole restaurant here. So for this recipe, what you'll need is 100 milliliters of white wine, 100 milliliters of tarragon vinegar, that's vinegar infused with tarragon, 2 tablespoons of chopped shallots,
Look at my apron. Everyone's got aprons all of a sudden. Everyone's got aprons. All right, that's cool.
1 cup or 15
That
grams
is cool.
of tarragon leaves, roughly chopped. He actually calls for 1/3 of those leaves to be chervil, but for some reason that herb is like being boycotted where I live. I could not find it anywhere.
Make
So
fun of me,
I
you're
used
so
all
rude.
tarragon, which is actually more common today, but if you can find chervil, use chervil. 2 teaspoons or 2.5 grams whole peppercorns, roughly pounded, a pinch of salt, 3 large egg yolks, 2 1/4 sticks or 250 grams of butter, 3/4 of a tablespoon finely chopped tarragon, and a pinch of cayenne pepper. So add the wine and tarragon vinegar to a large saucepan and add in the roughly chopped tarragon, chopped shallots, peppercorns, and salt, and bring it to a simmer. So you're looking to reduce this down to 3 or 4 tablespoons of reduction, and it can burn at the very, very end if you're not watching it. To help regulate the process, add a little bit of water, and it just kind of helps it, and it's not going to throw off the recipe at all. Regardless though, do it at a very low temperature just to be safe. It should take at least 20 to 30 minutes. Once you have just a little liquid left, pour it through a fine mesh strainer, and squeeze out any juice.
Cooking? What
You
is
should
he
have
do?
about
He's
3
doing
to
it right
4
now.
tablespoons, and you want to let it cool completely.
We're here to learn
You're going to be
history
adding the egg yolk
and at the
soon,
end
and
see
if
him
it
take a
is
bite and be
still
like,
hot, then they can scramble, and that's bad. The other pitfall to this recipe is not letting it get too hot while you're cooking it, because the sauce will split. Luckily, if it does
oh,
split,
me when the sauce
there is
splits. Fuck, I'm such a fucking piece of shit. I'm a fuck up. Fuck.
a way to save it, and we'll get to that in a moment. But once your infusion is cool, pour about 3 tablespoons into a large saucepan and add the egg yolk, then set it over low heat and add a third of the butter, whisking it in until it's fully melted. Then add another third and whisk until incorporated, and then add the rest, whisking the entire time until it starts to thicken. Now this is the time when it can very quickly go from a nice creamy sauce to completely split.
Well, I've been
and
there.
The way that you're going to save that usually is by adding more fat, either butter or preferably an egg yolk. And it's usually because it's gotten too hot, so turn down the heat and then add that egg yolk and whisk it in, and it should bring the sauce back. Sometimes the problem is actually not enough water, so you can try that as well if the egg yolk doesn't work. Now, if your sauce is not perfectly smooth, that's okay. Pass it through a strainer and then it will be smooth. But if it is nice and smooth, then just add in that pinch of cayenne pepper, a little salt if it needs it, and then mix in the finely chopped tarragon. Then set it aside as you make your steak and potatoes. And the potatoes are very, very easy once they're shaped. Just heat the clarified butter in a pan with a little salt and then put the potatoes in, moving them around every so often until they're soft and golden
Oh,
brown.
look at that.
This too needs to be done over low heat. It should take about 15 to 20 minutes to cook the potatoes all the way through. As for the steaks, you can do them pretty much however you want. Personally, I am grilling them on the stovetop with lots of butter and fresh tarragon. While it gets a nice crust on the bottom, spoon the butter over the top of the steaks and then flip them over and finish cooking. If your steak is really thick, like mine, you can butterfly it, but if you don't mind a really kind of a dark crust on the top and bottom, then there's no need to butterfly it, and it'll get cooked all the way through and you'll just have a nice crispy crust. Now the hardest part about this is definitely timing everything, because there are so many moving parts. You've got the steak, the potatoes, the béarnaise, and that meat glaze, which I'm guessing you've already forgotten about.
I
But if you
did.
were a cook
I
on the Titanic, you wouldn't be
clocked,
doing all of this yourself, because you'd have a whole brigade of cooks helping you. The cooks being part of the crew that we're about to discuss right now.
Yes.
The Titanic had over 900 crew members on its maiden voyage, and their jobs were incredibly varied, but they all fell under 3 departments. There was the deck department, which was made up of 66 men and included the captain, officers, and sailors in charge of the ship. The engine department, led by Chief Engineer Joseph Bell. It was 325 men and in charge of generating all of the power in the ship and making the ship actually go. These included the engineers, stokers, trimmers, and greasers, and had what I think has to be the hardest job on the ship. Most worked tirelessly in 3 shifts a day in the 6 boiler rooms, keeping the furnaces stocked with coal to keep the engines running. And because of their physical location on the ship, all the way down at the bottom, and possibly because of their place in society, they had the lowest survival rate, only about 1 in 5 making it onto a lifeboat. Now the 3rd department was by far the largest department, and that was the victualling department. With 495 men and women, the only department with women, the department was led by the ship's purser and was in charge of the hotel aspects of the ship. This was most everything that affected passengers directly. The cooks, waiters, bartenders, cabin stewards, cleaners, elevator operators, those who worked in the Turkish bath, the gymnasium, the barber shop, and usually counted amongst them were the 8 musicians and the 5
You think they had naked barbers on the Titanic?
postal clerks. The victualling department was also in charge of most of the security on the ship, everything from making sure people didn't smoke in non-smoking areas, to making sure that life vests were worn and that the portholes were closed on the night of the sinking. Now the name victualling department originally came from the word victuals, which meant food, and food was still the major part of the victualling department.
What do you think?
Every day, the ship's purser
don't
would
know.
meet with the head chef and his cooks to discuss the menus of the day. Then the storekeepers would begin procuring all of the ingredients for those menus. These 8 crew members were in charge of making sure enough food was loaded onto the ship at port and then stored at the correct temperature and kept ready at all times. They mostly worked in this labyrinth of rooms on G-deck dedicated to the different ingredients. There were separate rooms for milk and butter, fruit, eggs, bacon, ham and cheese, meat, fish, and an entire room dedicated to mutton, and another just to ice cream.
Holy
if you're looking
shit.
for me, I'll be in the ice cream room.
Oh,
They used
I
a
feel
system
that.
of elevators to transport the food up to the first and second class kitchen, or galley, and usually just walked the food over to the third class galley, which was a lot closer. And in addition to supplying all the ingredients for the passengers' food, they also supplied the ingredients for the crew's food. Now, I used to work on a cruise ship, and everyone seems to assume that I was up like eating at the buffet every day. I was not. I spent a year living mostly off of hot dogs, cereal, and cold French fries. And you know what? It was fantastic. But the only ones eating like the passengers were like the officers and the captain. And it was pretty much the same thing on the Titanic. See, the captain and the purser could eat in the first-class dining saloon where they each had their own table. They could also eat
You
with
watch
the other
Below
officers
Deck?
in the officers' mess, which was probably served second, if not even first-class food. Most of the other crew probably ate more like the third class if they were lucky. Filling, but not fancy. The engineering department had their own mess down on E deck near their quarters and their work area. Since they worked in shifts around the clock, this mess was probably filled with engineers all day
Captain Lee
and
is
all
calling.
night.
I don't pick
As
up
for the victualling
calls from
department, they
people I
didn't
don't
have a
know.
specific place to eat. It seems they mostly dined in the passenger dining rooms between meals, likely the third-class saloon. Though stewardess Violet Jessup wrote that when she was on the Olympic, the sister ship to the Titanic, their food standing in any available corner of a greasy pantry amid steamy smells and nauseating grease-strewn decks, eaten in the quickest possible time in order to get away. Now, as unpleasant as that sounds, Violet's position on the ship wasn't unpleasant at all. She was not only a stewardess, but a first-class stewardess. Now, the term steward or stewardess on the Titanic really has a whole host of meanings and could apply to many passenger-facing jobs, from the elevator operator to the person who took your luggage when you first boarded the ship. But the two most numerous stewards were the saloon stewards, essentially a waiter, and the cabin stewards,
Top
which is
5
what Violet
vegetables.
Jessup was. And in either of these positions, it was paramount that you try to work
Cauliflower,
your way
broccoli.
up to working for the first-class passengers.
Onion.
Because while everyone received a salary, just like in America today,
That's all I need.
majority sometimes of their income was based on tips. A first-class saloon steward could earn up to 4 times what their third-class counterpart made.
Potato?
Now, a saloon
Alright,
steward's
sure,
position
potato
is
can get
fairly
in there.
self-explanatory. Just think of the very best
Bad
server
list,
at
the
the best
fuck?
restaurant ever, following you from meal to meal and being there for absolutely every bite and drink that you take. The cabin stewards, on the other hand, are something that we're not really accustomed to today. They were highly trained in the Edwardian style of service. Think Downton Abbey. And each one looked after between 6 and 12 cabins and their occupants. They were in charge of keeping
Do you like
rooms
olives?
clean and stocked with hot
The older I
water
get, the more I
and
like
other
them.
amenities. Working in pairs, taking shifts, they watched over the cabins day and night as the passengers did not have keys to their own rooms. They also polished passengers' shoes free of charge, delivered meals to the room if a passenger decided to take their meal in their cabin, changed the sheets and towels daily, at least in first and second class, and for a fee they took passengers' clothes to the laundry on F deck to be washed and pressed. This was the only laundry that was actually done on Titanic because there were only 3 laundry stewards. Everything else, the towels, blankets, sheets, napkins, and tablecloths, were all washed on shore. Now, while a cabin steward's work wasn't as backbreaking as that person shoveling coal into a furnace, their schedule was probably the most grueling, as it often started at 5:30 a.m. and didn't finish until midnight,
Jesus.
7 days a week. And it's actually still that way on a lot of cruise ships today. Now, with that kind of schedule, Violet Jessup was on hand to rouse her first-class passengers and instruct them to don their life vests shortly after the Titanic hit an iceberg at 11:20 p.m.
Nah, bro, if I'm a stewardess and the Titanic's going down, I'm like, it's after midnight, bro. I clocked out. I'm not on the clock right now. I'm getting into this boat. I'm getting out of here.
on April 14th. She wrote that, as she was from Argentina, she was told to also wear her life vest as an example to those non-English speaking passengers in second and third class. But she was also told that it was just a precaution, so once she had done what she needed to do, she went back down to her bunk. Soon after, another steward, Stanley, came down and told her, "The ship is sinking and you should go out on deck so you can get onto one of the lifeboats." Then she spent quite some time deciding on what kind of jacket she might need and if she needed a hat or not. Only then did she start up the stairs toward the boat deck. Halfway up, I looked down and waved to Stan. He was standing with his arms clasped behind him in the corner where he usually kept his evening watch. He suddenly looked very tired. Of course, Stanley knew that there was no space for him on any of the lifeboats. Violet describes walking past all of the now empty first-class staterooms. How strange it was to pass all those rooms lit up so brilliantly, their doors open and contents lying around in disorder. Jewels sparkled on dressing tables and a pair of silver slippers were lying just where they had been kicked off. When she arrived back up on the boat deck, she stood waiting patiently near the boats and describes how it was as people slowly began to realize that something was really wrong. First, when distress rockets went off, and then when third-class passengers who had already seen the water below decks started coming up on deck. And finally, when a mailman casually mentioned that mail was floating as far up as F deck. But Violet was able to get into a lifeboat, and just as it started to go down, another crew member handed her something, almost tossed it, she says. It was a baby, and she held on to that baby as the lifeboat went down, as they rowed out into the dark, and as they watched the Titanic slowly go under the waves. She held that baby all through the night, and all the way onto the Carpathia, which was the ship that came to rescue them. And only after a while of being on the rescue ship, while I stood, still clutching the baby in my frozen arms, a woman rushed up, snatched the child, and ran away with it. Now, Violet Jessup's story is not all that different from many, many other people aboard the Titanic. What is a little different is that this was not her only sinking on a White Star Line vessel. See, Titanic was the second of 3 ships.
The way I imagine it is that one video where it's like I remember this video so vaguely, but it's like a guy takes and then goes, and then runs away, runs out the door.
Olympic class. The Olympic, the Titanic, and the Britannic. And Violet worked on all 3 of them. In 1911, when she was on the Olympic, it collided with the British warship HMS Hawke, which caused considerable damage, but it did not sink.
This classic.
Afterward, she switched over to the Titanic, and, well, that didn't go well. Then a few years later, she was aboard the Britannic during World War I, but this time not as a stewardess, but as a nurse, because it had become a hospital ship. There was an explosion while she was on board, probably due to it running into a mine.
Look, girl, I love you and shit, but like you gotta cut this out.
And the ship sank in just 55 minutes. But she was able to get into a lifeboat, but then had to jump out because the lifeboat got hit by the propellers and splintered it into a million pieces. What's weird is that not only did she survive that, but 2 others who were in the crew on that ship had also survived the Titanic with her. A stoker named Arthur John Priest and a sailor named Archie Jewell. Priest actually stoker named Arthur.
No, this is a guy that's fucking tired, dude. He's like, how the fuck does this shit keep happening?
John Priest and a sailor named Archie Jewell. Priest actually survived the sinking of 4 different.
That's crazy.
Now, of the different groups aboard the Titanic.
Look, I won't lie, man. By the 4th ship, I'm kind of like taking it casual. I'm taking it like, ugh, all right.
The crew fared the worst
by
quite a bit. Of the 900 plus crew members, 685 perished. And on top of that tragic loss of life, the White Star Line then behaved, as you might expect, abominably. Any crew member who did survive got home to find out that at 2:20 a.m. on April 15th, as the Titanic sunk beneath the water, their employment was at an end and they would expect no pay after that moment. The brother of 6th Officer Moody received a letter from the White Star Line that reads a lot like a ransom note. Dear Sir, should you desire the remains of your brother to be returned, kindly telegraph us, sending us a deposit of £20. That's over $2,500 today just to have his remains returned to England. And even then, Moody's body was never found, so I'm not sure whose remains they were planning on sending. And on April 30th, 1912, just 2 weeks after the sinking, the families of the musicians aboard received a letter not from White Star Line, but from the company that booked the musicians on the ship.
The Titanic 2 film.
Sir,
I've seen like a poster for it, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Be obliged if you will remit us the sum of 5 shillings 4pence, which is owing to us as per enclosed statement. We shall also be obliged if you will settle the enclosed uniform account. Yours faithfully. That would be a bill for the uniforms that their loved ones had died in.
Bro,
and on that
this is how like my mom. Well, this isn't really exactly like that, but my mom forgot to like. I don't know. She owed €4 to a garbage company. €4. I don't know how that happened, but she owed €4. It was then given to like a debt company. I forget what it's called in English, but like, you know, they fucking like chase you down for it. And they were like, we need €34, €4 for your debt and €30 as the debt fee. But the thing is that they were sending this to an old email that she didn't use anymore. So they were spamming her with this, like, you owe us €34, you owe us €34, you owe us €34 for like a year. And then they put out this like, there's like some like debt background search thing. We don't have like a credit score, but it's like some kind of like thing that people can look you up on and see if you have any debt. And they put her ass on there because she didn't pay €4 to some garbage company in 2015. And they said this fucking lady has horrible debt.
Powerful note, let us remember the brave crew members of the RMS Titanic, some
Like,
of
what
whom
the
would have
fuck?
made this wonderful dish of sirloin of beef with chateau potatoes. So once your steak and potatoes are cooked, set them on a plate and brush the steak with the meat glaze. Add a bit of the béarnaise sauce, garnish the potatoes with parsley, and serve. And here we are, sirloin of beef with chateau potatoes and béarnaise sauce, as served at the last meal aboard RMS Titanic.
Wow, wow.
I love béarnaise sauce. That's ridiculously delicious.
Oh, I thought
So
it was
there's
going to
this
be
wonderful crunch
slash negative.
to the steak, but then the inside is just so tender, and the sauce, you don't need very much because it is somewhat astringent. There is that kind of vinegar tinge to it, but it's also very creamy, and the tarragon just explodes. The flavor just explodes. It's absolutely wonderful. Also, don't neglect the meat glaze. It seems very simple, but it adds this wonderful richness to the flavor. It's like steak squared. Now for the potatoes that took me forever to carve this little thing, let's give that a shot. So soft and buttery. The fact that it's like cooked in the clarified butter or the ghee, that's fantastic. That's pretty much going to be the only way that I make potatoes from now on, actually. So yeah, it is a
Fair
lot
enough.
of work, this meal, but it is definitely worth it. Now, for more on Titanic's crew, watch this video, which is about the baker who survived because he got drunk, and
Oh,
this
dude, that's the
playlist-
one. That's the one I talk about. Let's watch this, dude. This is
One
the,
of my favorite stories
this
that
is the guy I
came out
talked
of the
about
sinking
today.
of the Titanic was the story of the head baker, Charles Jockin, who famously got drunk and rode on the stern of the ship as it went beneath the waves. And as I tell his story, I'm going to make a cocktail that he might have enjoyed. The Murphy Cocktail, using a recipe from 1910. Charles Jockin and the Murphy Cocktail, this time on Drinking History.
Dude, when you go to like a millennial gay's house and they got the fucking whole bar and shit, like top 5 human experiences, bro. Top 5 human experiences, bro.
So we really don't know what Charles Jockin was drinking that night on April 14th, 1912. Many stories say that it was whiskey, though that probably comes from the story of Walter Belford, who was actually an imposter who years later stole many
What the-
aspects of Jockin's story.
What a
He was
dick.
never even on the Titanic.
What?
But during the inquiry, Jockin talked about drinking and just said that he had liquor, and when pressed on specifically what it was he was drinking, they basically said, it doesn't matter, so all we know is liquor. Years later, his family claimed that he said that he had been drinking schnapps, but then other family members said that he didn't drink at all, which is definitely not the case. So I've opted to make a drink that he probably would have enjoyed had he been able to sit down in the first-class smoke room. A Murphy cocktail using a recipe from Jack's Manual written in 1910. 40% Italian vermouth, 40% rye whiskey, 20% sloe gin, a half glass cracked ice. Frappe and strain, serve. So for this cocktail, I'm using 3 liquors that would have been available in 1912 and are available today online at Curiata. I'll put a link in the description. So it's 1 jigger of Carpano Antica Vermouth, 1 jigger of Canadian Club Rye Whiskey, and a half jigger of Hayman's Sloe Gin. Add some ice, and then shake well. and then strain
What
into a
would be in
rocks
the
glass,
Aksel cocktail? Fucking wine, dude. I'd pour some wine in a glass and serve.
half filled with cracked ice. And speaking of ice, Jochen often claimed that he saw the iceberg on that night of April 14th, as did many on the ship. But when he told his family about it, he added the lovely little embellishment, "I knew it was an iceberg when I saw it because I saw a polar bear, and he waved to me." So let's give this drink a try. Now, he doesn't mention any kind of garnish, though I think an orange twist or a lemon twist might be good, but I want to try it with nothing. Cheers. Interesting. That's good. So you get a little
he's
bit
drunk.
of the whiskiness. You get that kind of
He's wasted.
woody. This whiskey has a little bit of a woodiness and a little bit of the burn, but that is really put to rest.
Every time
by
I'm at
the
a bar, I see the porn star martini, or whatever the fuck it's called on the menu, and I always want to get it, but I'm always like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll be a pervert if I order that. So I've never gotten it.
sweetness of these two ingredients, especially the slow gin. You get that berryness, but it's not overwhelming because of the whiskey. Honestly, it really just reminds me a lot of a Manhattan, which, you know, with those two ingredients kind of makes sense. And then this does add a little complexity to it, but I think in doing so, it's missing a little bit of that whiskey character that you want.
Yeah, like the bartender has like a big like bell in the back that he rings whenever someone orders a porn star martini.
A whiskey drink. Also, I don't know that I would do it on ice. He's very specific in how he wants it, and I had to kind of question what he meant by frappe, but then looking throughout the rest of the book, it became very clear that it is served over crushed ice. I don't think it needs it. I think it would do much better in you know, up in a glass like this, but I didn't write the recipe. Now going back to Jochen, his little embellishment about the polar bear obviously did not happen.
We don't know that.
And there are other aspects of his story that kind of change with each telling, because he is asked about it many, many times. And of course, when you tell the same story over and over, details will kind of change. Also, he was probably very drunk that night, so, you know, things are a little fuzzy, especially in that kind of situation. But for the most part, the narrative of his story remains consistent. And this is that narrative.
Yes.
Charles Jochen was born in Birkenhead, just outside of Liverpool
okay, we're
in
getting the whole story.
1878. So he was only 33 years old when he was given the post of head baker on the Titanic, though the person that plays him in the 97 movie is like in his late 50s, so I don't really see why they did that, but neither here nor there, that doesn't matter. What does matter is Charles Jochen's story of what happened to him on the night of April 14th, 1912. He told the British Inquiry that he was actually in his bunk when the ship hit the iceberg. Even though he was midship, he still felt the collision and got up. Not long after, Second Steward George Dodd came by and said, "Get up, lads, we're sinking." And whether or not he had already been drinking at that point in the night, we don't know. It wouldn't be surprising based on other people's accounts of Jochen, but he was clear-headed enough to know that he had a job to do. Now, each lifeboat was already stocked with water and hardtack. But one of Jochen's duties was to further stock the lifeboats with fresh bread. So at 12:15 a.m., he roused the 13 bakers on his staff and directed them to get bread and take it up to the lifeboats. 15 minutes later, all the bread had left the bakery, and so he locked up and went up on deck to help load lifeboat number 10, which was the lifeboat that he was assigned to actually have been on when the lifeboat lowered into the water. It was women and children first, but those women on deck said that they felt safer on the ship rather than being lowered on a tiny boat in the North Atlantic. And many of them simply walked away and went inside. So Jochen went down to A deck and physically took women and children and dragged them up to the boat deck. When he got back up there, he had a mother and her 2 children, but by now the ship was listing quite a bit, and the lifeboat was dangling several feet away from the
There were
side
some
of the ship.
divas on this
The
ship.
children
I
and the
love it.
mother were afraid to make that leap, but Jochen ain't got no time for that. Another crew member, Frank Evans, said that Jochen threw them onto the women and he was catching children by their dresses and chucking them in. But the mother refused to be chucked and instead decided to leap. She missed her footing. This steward named Bert got hold of her foot and she swung head downwards for a few minutes. Somebody caught her into B deck. No, A deck. Jochen doesn't mention her again, but Evans did say that she was able to get back up to the boat deck just in time to be reunited with her children. Once the boat was full, though it wasn't full, it could have easily carried 10 more people, Jockin stood there waiting to be ordered into the boat that he was supposed to be on. But instead, the officer ordered 3 other men into the boat, and so Jockin stood there and watched the boat lower without him. He said that he thought it would set a bad example if he was to leap in without the order.
See, the fucking captain that got into one of the lifeboats in our RP should fucking learn from that.
Well, after being, frankly, screwed out of his place on a lifeboat, I went down to my room and had a drop of liquor that I had down there. And then, while I was there, I saw the old doctor and spoke to him, and then I came upstairs again. He knew that there weren't enough lifeboats, and was told that the last lifeboat had just lowered into the water. I went down onto B deck. The deck chairs were lying right along, and I started throwing deck chairs through the large ports. He threw about 50 deck chairs into the water, hoping that one would still be available when he needed it. Then I went to the deck pantry, and while I was in there, I thought I would take a drink of water. And while I was getting the drink of water, I heard a kind of crash, as if something had buckled. It was not an explosion or anything like that. It was like as if the iron was parting, as if part of the ship had buckled, and then I heard a rush overhead. He came out to see people fleeing toward the stern of the ship, and so he ran along, though tried to stay separate from all of the other people. And just then the ship lurched, and he said that he saw hundreds of people thrown to the side. But he was able to grab a hold of the railing and swung himself onto the outside of the ship and worked his way along the starboard side to the very back of the poop deck. He testified that he didn't see anyone else there, so that makes this exchange completely historically inaccurate. But in those last seconds, rather than panicking, well, I had tightened my belt and I had transferred something out of this pocket into my stern pocket. I was just wondering what next to do when she went. And when she went, rather than being sucked down with the ship, he says that he was able to just step off into the water like an elevator. I do not believe my head went under the water at all. For over 2 hours, he treaded water in the pitch black, unable to see anything around him. And most people died long before 2 hours. During the inquiry, they suggested that it was the amount of alcohol that he had coursing through his bloodstream that actually kept him warm in the water. And I'm pretty sure science refutes that, but something worked.
Yeah, he's alive,
dude. He was still floating in daylight when he saw the overturned, collapsible boat. It had 25 men clinging to it, including Second Officer Lightaller. He swam toward it, though he knew that there was no space on it for him, though that didn't mean he didn't try, but he was pushed away. But one of the men, a cook named Isaac Maynard, reached out and grabbed his hand and pulled him to the boat. He didn't get him onto it, but he held him at the side. A half hour later, one of the lifeboats, with room for 10 people, came within about 50 yards, and so he let go of Maynard's hand and swam to it. A few hours later, the Carpathia arrived and rescued them, and his only ailment was frozen, swollen feet, which later he claimed were thawed out in an oven. They popped me in the oven like one of me own pies. Now, I don't know if that's true, and the story about the polar bear is definitely not true, and there's still some questions about if a bunch of alcohol can actually keep you warm when treading water in the North Atlantic. But I can tell you, if I ever do find myself in that kind of situation,
bro, this guy didn't give a shit.
I'll make sure to have myself a few Murphy cocktails just to be safe. And I'll see you next time on Drinking History.
Drinking History? Hold on, I want to watch Cracker Barrel and then I'm leaving. I just got a craving for Cracker Barrel. I need to see Cracker Barrel and then I'm out of here. Cracker Barrel, Cracker Barrel, Cracker Barrel. Oh, this is the fucking Italian guy that's like, oh, you Americans.
Welcome back, everybody.
I'm Carlo.
And I'm Sarah. If you guys don't know and you guys are new here, I'm from America. Carlo's from Italy. He just moved here actually 2 years ago now. It's been a year and 7 months.
1.7, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, like a year and 7 months. So there's a lot of America that Carlo has not experienced yet. And there's a lot that we're going to introduce him to. We're going to Cracker Barrel.
Ma sorry, Cracker Barrel is no furniture store.
Cracker Barrel.
So another furniture store that do food too. So we go shopping.
Not Crate and Barrel.
Are two different things.
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel, it's Cracker.
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel, it's breakfast all day. Okay, another one. The furniture.
Crate and Barrel.
Okay, crate and barrel.
Crate and Barrel.
Crate and barrel. Similar, you got it. So say fast.
Oh, the rocking chair,
You can
bro.
buy the chair, Carlo. It's $200. $419.
Wait, that's kind of a good deal for a rocking chair.
Papa, who has passed away now, love him. This was one of his favorite restaurants, so I'm kind of like a little happy today.
Okay, the imagine doesn't sound bad.
No, it's not bad here. It's actually good. I'm not taking it here because it's bad. I'm taking it here because
I'm
it's
sorry,
classic
but I'm not-
American.
And you can eat in this place.
Oh, the fucking gift shop, bro. I miss it.
Like where all the clothes are.
I see the table.
Just kidding. Soda. It's all cool sodas.
They are
Like
all the
butterscotch beer.
Butterscotch, watermelon beer, but it's really on a beer.
Yeah.
I'm shocked because everything here it's old. It's the style. It's very old. The chair is old.
It smells like it too.
It's
Like it literally smells like fire. Like well, I mean, there's a fire over there.
very Cracobello have this
Yeah.
smell. The menu look like very classic American food. The drink. I just read the caramel latte for lunch. It's drink latte for lunch.
Yes.
You drink latte while you eat an hamburger.
Yes. You guys kind of look the same. The hair.
Food, please, get the food.
It is so good.
What the-
I think.
Tater tot casserole really fast. Where'd it go? Tater tot casserole. Who's gonna tell him?
Who? What?
Tater tot casserole.
Okay, the terror tots is the potato.
Yes.
Terror casserole. Terror pots. No.
Tater tot.
Terror tots casserole. Terror tots casserole.
Carlo is on one today. He's
Yeah.
on another planet.
Totally. Your planet.
I wanted more of the food. All I'm getting is an Italian guy saying words.
Bye, bacon.
Might be hot.
Oh,
They're not even really talking about the food.
Really?
Hold on, I need a different video, bro. They're not taking this seriously. I need someone that takes this seriously. Brits try Cracker Barrel breakfast.
Good morning everyone from Orlando, and we are here at Cracker Barrel. I thought I would put a video up on this channel. I was trying this for the first time. Now, I have been here once before for dinner. Claire has never. Nope. So Brit's first time.
To be fair, I've literally never even heard of it.
No, Claire knows nothing about it. I have had dinner here, but we are going to be trying breakfast for the first time because I feel like Cracker Barrel is definitely famous for its breakfast, and they do have a little store as well. It's like a country store that's like an Aladdin's cave of interesting stuff, so we're going to be showing you that as well. But the breakfast is definitely the thing that I think Cracker Barrel is known for, so we're going to go in and show you the menu, try it out, see what it's all about. We're going to come back and look at all of this, but they have a Christmas display already. Yeah, they do have a lot of random stuff in here. Looks pretty busy today, so hopefully we can get a table. We are seated, and the decor in here, there is such a country vibe, as you would expect. It's definitely somewhere people love to come to, Cracker Barrel. It's one that most people, when you're researching a Florida trip, might have heard of this place, although Claire hadn't. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of places to come to that are not at Disney, that are well worth coming to, and they're a lot cheaper as well than Disney prices, that is for sure. Yeah, I bet. We're a bit overwhelmed by the amount of menus we've been given, so we do have a breakfast menu, which we're going to look at. They also have lunch and dinner, which I'm guessing we could order this too, and they have like a specials thing as well, so there's all kinds of things going on.
Thought about subscribing to this guy, but he's just watching other people's content and not saying very much. This chat is chill though.
On here. Obviously we're here for breakfast today, so it's going to be the breakfast food that we're eating. You can just kind of see here they have all sorts of stuff, but breakfast is the focus today. You can actually get breakfast all day here. It's a smaller menu than the actual breakfast menu, but if you wanted the breakfast kind of food, you can actually get it all day. So let's get
I want to see the food. Oh.
Oh my word.
Of course he reads that one. Look, I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't know what there is to read in some of this. Okay, I won't lie.
Mine is still large, but
You've
not
got a loaf of bread.
I do have a loaf of bread. So I've got the over easy eggs and bacon, and I've gone for the French toast. It is just so much French toast. And these are the tots, which I'm glad at least these are
I never even got this. What the fuck?
too big. So I'll show you what those are.
I didn't get any of this.
Hash brown casserole top.
The fuck?
And they bring you a really cute little thing of syrup that's
Oh.
the Cracker Barrel special pure natural syrup. Okay, I've put a little bit of everything on the plate now. So I've got one piece of my French toast, a couple of the tots, and the bacon and egg there. So let's give this a try. The lighting is very, very weird in here. So
Doesn't look that good. I mean, it doesn't look good. It just feels good.
it's telling me the hash brown
Also, it doesn't look bad, you know?
tops is basically the hash brown casserole that you can just get separately, but it's like inside of a tot. So I've never actually seen this on the menu. I think this is new, maybe. So good. It's really cheesy. They're like larger kind of tots, but just super cheesy. So good. That is like a 10 out of 10. Sorry about this lighting. There's like a window right behind me. Now I'm trying the
So this is a
French
breakfast
toast, and
restaurant? I wouldn't call it a breakfast restaurant. They do breakfast, but like, I'm not gonna lie, man, every time I went there, it was like 4 p.m.
I put the syrup and everything on the butter as well.
I never went there in the morning.
I do love French toast. In the UK, we basically have something that is a little bit like that. We call it eggy bread. So it's a similar sort of thing where you soak the bread in an egg mixture and then fry it, but it's not sweet. So we don't put like cinnamon.
What'd you
or
get when you
syrup
went? Fuck, I can barely remember. It's been like 3 years. I got like the fucking
on it or anything like that. It's just called eggy bread. I love eggy bread.
the casserole thing.
But I would put sugar over the top.
Oh, did you?
I got the
Oh,
mac
I've
and
never done
cheese
that.
for sure.
Like a friend, I went round and that's what they did, and actually I loved it.
Oh, okay. I've always had eggy bread. And
I'm trying to remember what kind of meat I got.
I actually love.
I don't know if I got the chicken. I don't remember eating the
That's
chicken.
probably very British, but I love it with just
That
like.
kind of sounds quite normal, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, eggs,
All I remember is that when I went with Trevor, they ID'd him 3 times for 1 beer.
eggs and beans. That's
Yeah.
quite a normal food.
It's really good. We did observe though on the menu here, you can't get just normal toast.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you could ask for it, but that's not something that they offered. So they don't have like just regular toast. But both of those are really, really good. The eggs look perfectly cooked as well.
Never heard of that
It's
happening.
delicious. It's just so big.
It was like a confusion thing where he asked for the beer and then they ID'd him, and then the beer wasn't coming, so he asked one of them, "Hey, could I ordered a beer a while ago, but nobody brought it," and then they ID'd him again, and then when the person brought a beer, they ID'd him again, so it was 3 times.
You definitely could share a few things, and then you can try a bit of everything. But the amount you get for the pancakes is just actually quite funny. Like Claire was just like, "Wow, that is huge." We're now out of the restaurant, and we're just going to take a look around here in the store. Really, really giant Twizzlers, and look at this massive Kit Kat. Obviously, the ones inside.
The hell was that? It?
Wrapped like small ones, but the packaging just looks like a giant.
There's not enough good Cracker Barrel content in this world.
Christmas stuff already in September. Actually, no, it's October now. And I
No
have seen
disrespect to
in
these
here
queens,
before.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Nobody respects the Cracker Barrel food like I do, bro. Except for like grandmas and grandpas. I think they're the only ones that like truly understand me. I'm like the only below 95-year-old motherfucker that like really appreciates Cracker Barrel. And you know what? Sometimes you gotta be the one to do it. Itching his licey scalp. The hell, dude? What the hell? There's no lice in there. I got checked, man. When I boarded the Titanic, they checked me. Okay, I'm leaving. Tomorrow, I'll be back. I'm going to try to stream a lot this week. I'm going to try to do a lot of streams this week. I'll figure out a game for tomorrow. That would be sweet. That would be sweet. And maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe Hitman. I don't know. I wanted to do that during the weekend, but I don't know. We'll see.